Sort of a little bit.
It's 5 o'clock.
There's like weird discrepancies between the app site, the web, the website, and the app for D&D Beyond.
I prefer the web.
And, yeah, it has way more complete information, and that's what I was trying to figure out because there's just some weird stuff that's coming up.
Close proximity.
It's like
Yes.
1d8 and 2d8.
At least.
I'm like, where is it?
Within
What the fuck is exactly going on? And I find
Wait,
I
what's
was
up?
like,
I'm not saying. I'm not paying attention here, man. I do not feel comfortable.
You woke up like 2 minutes before I pulled up to pick you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, well, there you go. Got some good sleep. Then.
No, definitely not. No. Mom had me on honeydew bullshit all day.
Oh my god, dude.
Go help the old lady next door move all her stuff out of her house.
Gotta tell her she needs to get a man for that, dude.
I know, bro.
She did.
Yeah, I know. She made one. She made one. That's what
Yo,
she did.
she hasn't called me in a hot minute. All right.
Well,
she just hit me up.
She probably saw last week's streams, mad that we fucking blasted all over the internet. Oh.
And with that,
What's up? Hey.
welcome to episode 11 of D&D on WIM, Oceanbound. As you may or may not have seen, we are now streaming twice a week. So we are doing Weave Blight on Tuesdays with our fun DM. And then we're doing our Oceanbound campaign on Wednesdays. So you'll start to see, we'll start to differentiate those and get that all set. But we're always thankful for you joining us. Biggest thing you can always do, just make sure that you follow, subscribe, like. We did get our custom URL, so we're searchable, or easy searchable for Rumble, but not for YouTube yet. So you can go to rumble.com/D&D on a whim and find us, which is awesome. But we still haven't got that YouTube because we just need more YouTube followers. So it's absolutely free to do. If you're watching this, just take a moment. You can go and subscribe, and you don't even have to hit the notification bell if you don't want to watch us.
Yeah, you
just
can just
be
punch
friendly
it.
and just subscribe it. Just don't. I wouldn't punch it. I would just lightly tap the screen. It works just fine. Everybody's always like, smash the like button. I'm like, that's my phone, and I'd rather not smash my phone.
All right.
solid device.
Mm-hmm.
Push the like button. Smash a friend.
Gently caress.
Touch it. I touch it lightly until it glows, showing that
Get a
you've liked it.
response.
Until it's filled, and then you're good. And then comment. Please comment. I've been asking questions on most of the streams, trying to engage people, but I know you guys don't like me. It's okay. It's okay. I get it. That being said, I think that's everything we have for now. So we will start in with a little bit of
Back in
retconning.
time a little bit.
So if you watched us last week, we ended off the ship pretty badly hammered from a hurricane. Thank you for rolling a powerful hurricane.
You're welcome.
First time we've had a hazard that wasn't just like, oh, there's bugs.
Thought we were just gonna like
Oh,
close the ship.
there's wind. It's like, yay, hurricane. Give me something that's, a challenge. So
That
that's
was
good.
gonna happen. You were all excited. You were like, "Oh, this will be interesting. Roll me another d20."
Mm-hmm.
19. Oh shit.
Yeah, it was nice though. It's fun for me. It lets us to have something to overcome. There's a ship. I mean, you guys saw the crew's very capable.
Yeah.
So if it's just like DC 10, it's like, oh, cool. Give me a DC 10 carpenter stools. Just roll and add 10 to it. Oh wait, you can't fail.
Did you ever roll a d10 to see who we would have randomly lost if we had total failure?
No, I didn't. But I can.
We could have just lost.
Yeah, a total failure. Just 10% of the crew is lost, so I just had to roll 1d10. So I'd come to Black Betty ship crew and roll a 5, which is, oh, let's rush. The first mate would have just been gone.
Swept overboard.
Just swept overboard, lost in the hurricane. Being rushed, probably just thrown
Yeah.
as well. But luckily we didn't have to deal with that. I just have to just murder one of my people. And then you guys would have had to probably go on a mission to go find them. But we're going to bring it back a little bit before the hurricane to when the party just first arrives on the ship. After leaving Black Rock Island. You guys party up with Quinn. team up with her, get everything all loaded in, starts going over, you load everything that you have. And while you're doing that, the captain would like to see this new person in his... I'll bring you into the main dining area. So, you kind of load it in. Rather odd assortment of people. First of all, you have helping you when you first arrive. You've got Laura Quinn, who is a half sea elf. Definitely gives you bard vibes, given that she's got plenty of instruments strewn about her. Anchor's dropped, so she's just kind of chilling back on the edge of the ship, playing when you guys pull up. She'll help you guys in and get you all set, and say, well, the captain would like to speak with you. So they escort you in. You enter into what looks like kind of like a dining hall / kitchen. Pretty well kept, pretty well stocked. Barrels of water. You watch as some of the barrels of water kind of flop around, as you can tell that they're loaded with fish. You've got barrels of rations, dry goods, little cooking area, and you also have a human sitting, legs up, on a table, kind of a large hat, almost something like this, tucked down so it just kind of covers his face, and he's just sitting there kind of looking intimidating to an extent. And you enter into the room. The door closes behind you. Have a seat. Takes off his hat. Leans back a little bit. So, what brings you aboard, Betty?
My ship was stranded on that island, and I ran into your crew, and I helped them fight off some of the inhabitants there who were not so friendly towards us.
What brings you out to the ocean?
I was on my way to the Solarian Empire to see if I could find my brother. He has not communicated with our family in quite some time now.
It's a common thing that happens. A lot of people are going to the Solarian Empire to get away from something, so I could understand that. I run a tough ship. If you're going to be here, I don't do passengers. You're going to do chores. You're going to help out. You're going to carry your weight. Or we'll let you go at the next place.
I'm capable.
Wonderful. Well, for now, I would just say be on your best behavior. The crew will be watching you at all times. And aside from that, welcome to Black Betty. I will let you go about your ways. You're briefly introduced to a couple people. You have Baziba, the cook, who is a lowcat, a kind of portly fish person. Pretty much imagine this guy, but he's about twice as thick. He's a big boy. But he's a cook, and he does his job well, so he gets that. You have Captain Runefang. You've got Datari, who will be moving around as you're getting set. Datari is he's a Triton. Always walks around with books and quills and is writing things down and making sure that the ship is in order. There is Rush, you're introduced to as the first mate, who is a water genasi. Laura Quinn, you've already met, is introduced to you as the ship's diplomat. Of course, again, Laura Quinn is the half elf, half sea elf. not introduced to, but somebody will be like, yeah, that's Mashiri. You have a Tiefling fighter who at this point has a couple of palm pistols loaded into a bandolier, and then a kind of nice pistol on her side. Bigger than anything you've seen, definitely bigger than the type of pistols that you guys were dealing with before. She's going through and pulling more pistols and playing around with them and getting a feel for what you guys unloaded, and just totally geeking out over this long rifle that you guys have found. There is a Warforged who is getting things set up and making sure all the ropes are tied up and everything's going through, who is Montgomery, the bosun. There is you and give me a perception. See if you would notice this one.
21.
Yeah, you'll notice that there's also an owl up in the crow's nest who, whenever you're not paying attention, is kind of watching at you, and then every time you kind of look up to him, it just kind of disappears. And then you also have a Kinku who comes and goes, is loading up and getting set. Looks like when you arrived, he was doing some fishing and making sure that you guys had fresh fish for the trip. But you guys start moving on. You will get introduced as well to Dorgal, the ship's surgeon. First, looks like kind of a normal humanoid, but very, very small, bald head. Female, but very indistinct features. She has very, at first just looks like normal size, but as she moves, you notice that she's actually much smaller than what she appears, but she has just super long, like gangly legs and long, spindly arms, and just kind of, so she looks about normal size until she like moves certain ways, and you're like, wow, she actually has a very small torso, and that head, this like surprisingly small head actually fits her body well. It's just that with this like long flowing kind of dress that she has, it's really difficult to kind of get a feel for her. But she's the ship's surgeon, and she will kind of be looking over you a little bit from the distance, but she doesn't really leave her quarters. The surgical quarters down in the bottom. But so you kind of get a light feel just starting of the group as you guys start to sail off. The rest of the group joins the captain in sorting out what the crew brought back. The captain will come to you and give you a small sack of coins. It's got 100 gold pieces in it. And he says, I know you don't get a full share, but this will cover what you did help in the procurement. Moving forward, if you continue to work with the group, you will be entitled to one full share. And the night kind of pushes on as everybody gets their rest and goes through, waking up to the next day where it's windy and the ship is hammered by a hurricane. You're called down to be one of the runners. They set up a few runners. Dorgal is getting potions and things like that prepared, and if anybody gets injured, you are to basically run a potion to them and potentially grab them and bring them back. But never get to that point. A few little bumps and bruises, but nothing that anybody really recalls getting. It was just in the heat of the moment. It's like, oh, I guess smacked my arm or this or that. Nothing too crazy. As we continue on and the day ends. I need my calendar. I have my calendar. As you guys move on to, and of course you're told that chores will be cutoff, and none of the adventuring party has to do chores for the Festival of Knowledge, which is the 28th and 29th. Unfortunately, on the 28th there is a hurricane, so you guys don't really get a very relaxing day free of chores. But on the 29th, you awaken, still a little uneasy after dealing with a pretty massive and, for people who haven't been through a pretty terrifying storm, being in a hurricane while being on a boat is a pretty terrifying thing, because you're like, oh, I could quickly, or this could turn bad very, very quickly. But the crew managed to pull it together, and you guys are relatively set. So it is the 29th day, the second day of the Festival of Knowledge. So you awaken. What would you like to do?
Ela will start the day off, go into the kitchen, and for Baziba, create food. Tropical fruits and meats. Lots of land meats.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll take what you create, and you could basically, again, you create it baseline, but even though you're like, cool, here's fully prepared meals, he's just like grabbing something like, nope,
Yeah.
taking it and cooking things up and like adding spice and flavor and really just making things shine.
45 pounds worth of food, and then also tons of water if there's anything that's empty that needs water. So.
You'll notice that the water stores are pretty good for the most part. They do have people who can just do create or destroy water, but they'll be like, oh, cool. We don't have to worry about that. We'll let you do that for now, and then we'll deal with it when you're not here.
But also on that note, Ela will start working on trying to get some time with Dorogal to work on the next poison in the book. Just
Okay.
Continue learning.
Yeah. Do you have one specifically in mind that you want to work on?
I think at this point she was just sort of deferring to what Dorogal was teaching. I know that drow poison was another one that we were looking at as like the next step, so maybe that
Yeah.
next.
If that's what you want to do. Yeah.
Because I got a couple doses of that.
Yeah. She'll start working with you and training you in the use of drow poison. Anything else? Anybody else wants to do to the start of the day?
I'm just gonna go see if Montgomery, just have him put me to work doing stuff.
Okay.
Getting to work and preparing the ship and hammering shit away.
Absolutely.
I'll eat breakfast, then go up to the deck and just start playing music, man.
Sounds good. Give me a D20. You can see how our day's going to be.
20.
20.
As all of our eyes get wide, we just have horrible flashbacks. He switched the list, remember.
Yeah, that's not as bad as it was.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna get robbed by the ship this time. By Ty's Beach and
You hear about that?
Yeah.
Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, Altix. You fucking assholes.
Those are your guys.
Those are, that's one guy's mine.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's that one. Okay.
But the guy who gave the okay on it is me.
Okay.
You want to do some piracy?
He's gonna need another D20.
No.
Altix shows up.
Not at all.
Nope. I was like, wait, what does that mean? It's like, that's not, because I'm supposed to have you roll a D10, but that doesn't make sense. I'm like, what does that mean? And I'm like, oh, that's what that means. Perfect.
Great.
Thank you.
Right.
So, give me a performance while you're up on the deck.
Alright. I want to say... That is going to be a 17.
17. Wonderful. And what are you playing?
I am just beating along on the drum, still learning how to...
Working with the drum? Yeah. And that's your, You're proficient with the drum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you added your proficiency, right? Because I know your performance is off. You could add your proficiency when using the drum.
Oh, okay. So that would be then it would have been 'cause it's 6. It'd have been 20.
20? Nice. Yeah. So you're playing, and Laura Quinn will kind of join along with you. Not quite following your beat, but she'll pull out her drum. No, she'll use one of her newer instruments. She'll pull out.
Let's say the other day she was playing the bagpipes.
And she was rocking the bagpipes, but she's not rocking as much. She will have her. She's not proficient with that right yet. She'll have her lyre out, and she'll be attempting to get better at her lyre. It's not bad, but she seems to be struggling a little bit to match to the drum beat you have with this new instrument, but still having fun with it.
Okay. That's what it's all about.
Montgomery will definitely have some work set aside for you, and they'll be going through. Lots of damage was done to the ship, and will need to be fixed. Luckily, you guys did save a good amount of lumber and rope and some of the sails from the other ship before you sunk it, so that helps out a lot. Give me, let's see what we can pull off with my shipwright and my bosun. To make the best repairs, the ship will probably have to be anchored. If you guys want, you can set anchor today and try to just kind of hold here and lose a day. You're set to arrive on the 40th day of Ion. This would mean you'd be arriving on the 41st, but if something came along, you wouldn't just have the ship patched up. You'd have some more substantial repairs made. They're okay with moving on and making the repairs when you go, because there's also the other downside of that is, you won't be prepared if something comes along. You won't be fully patched, but also there's a tropical storm that's less than a day away that could change its mind and decide that it wants to come and say hi again. So, just kind of depends on how you want to go with that.
I'm fine with just sailing on.
Another card.
One of these cards?
Yeah, we should definitely try and push to get away from this fucking storm.
And then I'll give you a kind of a breakdown.
After that, let's haul ass.
So, just do some patchwork and haul ass. So you're going to help him with that. We are going to go with. Let's see. So we can repair the hull, but the hull's not really that bad. So the hull is mostly just cosmetically damaged, but he'll be set to start working that. Give me just for movements. Since you're working with him, go ahead and give me just roll a d20 for me. Let's see how well he does at his repair.
17.
Rolled 17.
Rolled 17.
Yeah, so that's at 27. We know that's helpful for him. So you guys can manage to. The sails weren't damaged badly enough to have lost any time, so you guys continue on at a normal pace. For about maybe about 2 hours. And then the ship will come to an abrupt stop.
We've never been in this situation before.
No, never.
Kitchen, you're helping Montgomery.
Look, I'm just out there
You're up
floating.
here playing. What are you doing?
With Zolko.
Oh yes, that's right. We're down with Dorgal. Set you aside. What would you like to be doing?
Hearing the music, I would go up and listen to them do their thing.
Okay.
What it is.
Rush will come onto the deck. Comes up from below. So we go to make a little stop here for a minute. We found that we've got something floating in the water. We're going to try to investigate it. Do we have any volunteers? We go check it out. Wonderful.
Alright, cool. Well, fuck me, I guess.
You're gonna just go by yourself?
Yeah,
Hey,
I
hey,
guess
yes.
so.
Hey, ask
not there,
ask
bro.
for volunteers.
Yeah.
Let's go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
He was the first person who would jump in, but she ain't there, homie.
This is true. Ela is not there.
You can always take her with you.
No, that's cool.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check if you're on deck.
You want me to roll for Mickey too?
Yeah.
So if they're making himself useful?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh my god, really?
14.
Go that way.
I raised my hand to jump in, and I'm just jamming along.
24.
Yeah.
You said perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the sun's out? So that's gonna be a
He doesn't
10.
have. He doesn't have sunlight sensitivity.
He doesn't?
No.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, that's right. 'cause
That's
he's-
old cobalt.
Gotcha. Okay, so then it is a 14.
Yeah. 14,
14.
14,
24.
24,
5.
5. They're like,
Five the hard way.
Yeah.
you guys don't see anything.
Not even water, dude.
I know, my guy really doesn't.
I mean, you do see that there's ocean, there's a ship, there's a crew, but you don't see anything out in the water. Not really sure how they know, but they know that somebody is like, yeah, directly off that way. The ship going to. They kind of pull to a stop, and then they kind of turn direction and start heading that way a little bit, but they're not going to get too close. And they're going to send a little ship off. Mickey would probably have the water turn off.
You said the word off.
No, it's probably because it's too bright, so it's overheating. Be a little bit less bright. There. Here's the ocean, which I don't think you really didn't see very much, but oh well.
No, that's great. It's fine.
You guys know it's there.
Yeah, it feels good for us.
Yeah,
It's
it's the
like we're on
immersion.
the ocean.
I guess you can probably see a little bit of it behind me. But they're going to load up a ship. They will kind of holler out to everybody, all hands on deck, as they pull everybody who's not asleep up to the top. He's asleep right now. He's asleep right now. He's up here. You'll come up there. Dorgal won't, because oddly enough, Dorgal doesn't ever leave her chambers. Muck will come up. You don't exist. You don't exist
I
yet.
was about to say, right?
He's gonna fly down.
Especially after all we brought back from Dark Shore.
We definitely kicked Darkshore's ass.
Yeah, that was... Dark Shore was kicked our ass.
You guys did well with Dark Shore. There was still a lot more, but you could have easily just never left if you went too hard. But
I almost didn't leave. Gorak smacked me in the face.
I had to do it.
He was told.
Yeah.
it was fun.
Yeah, it was.
So where is this zinc?
It's out that way about a mile now.
A mile? That's pretty far.
Who all wants to load on the skiff and go out and see if you can't figure out what this thing is?
Well, Mickey and I are always down for some adventure, right, Mickey?
Oh yeah. definitely down for adventure or repairing the ship, whatever you need. I mean, I've got it down. I'm really good at rowing too, so knew that. Mickey will definitely take to one of the rowing positions. You're gonna go.
Yeah, I'll accompany.
You.
Probably not in a rowing position. You're gonna go. Stay back and repair. Help them row.
I'll hop down and row, Vicky. Just hop down and pick up an oar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Do you want to join them, or do you want to stay back?
I'm gonna stay back this time.
Okay.
Can't inhale that. It's a rough time.
Okay. You guys start to push off, rowing, making a decent pace, but nothing too crazy. There's still winds, it's still not the best time, but you guys can push off. After rowing for a little while, you will start to notice that something is drifting in the water. At this moment, you are starting to come to. Do you have your stuff all figured out with what you wanted? For the most part, kind of?
Not really, but yeah.
You didn't really get a lot of options. You may notice in your inventory there's a small locked chest.
Saw that.
It's one of the things you kind of were grabbing what you could, and just you saw this nice lockbox that you've only ever, you really haven't ever seen before, but you're just like, that is one of the nicest little lockboxes I've ever seen, and I think I'm going to grab it. And so you just kind of got a hold of it. Yeah. Not to mention also, stuff was going on and it was floating a little bit. Looks like it's sealed. It's heavy, small box, but pretty heavy for it, but heavy enough that it kind of halfway sinks, but it just still stays buoyant enough. But you're like, worst case scenario, you can hold on to it and try to help keep you afloat. But for now, you are on a small plank. Small plank will be played by Stairs for today. There we go.
Could be stairs.
Could be. Plank from some stuff.
You see a ship, but not really a ship, more of just a little like skiff. Has like one little sail on it. It isn't up right now because the wind's blowing the other way, and it would just pull it completely the opposite direction. But a couple people rowing on it. Moving up to you. You're kind of sitting there now. You've got most of your stuff on. The little lockbox is next to you. What do you want to do as they approach?
Well, it took y'all a lot longer to find me than I figured it would.
I didn't know how we were supposed to find you.
You weren't looking for me?
No, we just were told that there was something going on out here by our first mate. Said we'd come and check it out.
There's some flotsam and jetsam from the ship that sank, but other than that, it's about me.
Well, seems you're in need of a help. A little bit of a rough spot.
Did you hide and have some water?
Yes, we definitely do.
Eula has already produced a bottle from her bag of holding just fresh water.
Here. Kind of pull up alongside of you.
You grab that and 2 chugs, it's gone. Just. You happen to have another.
Doesn't matter. I do.
She pulls out another one.
Got 2 chugs. Gone. I do much appreciate that.
Are you saying that you have been afloat for a long time?
No. The hurricane. Some would think it was bad luck. I would think it is good luck. You see, I was on a ship, and I don't know what the name of that ship was. And I don't know where it was from. I don't know where it was going. But the fact that it sank was good for me.
All right.
My enemies are very persistent. I underestimated them. In fact, I think I bit off more than I can chew. I know that they're looking for me. And they'll keep looking for me until they know that I'm dead. And I know that it'd be dangerous for you to pick me up. So I thank you for the water, and I'd say you better be on your way.
Oh, well, I'm particularly invested now. What about you, Gorak?
Do we have any contact with anybody from the ship still?
You have your stone?
You have your talk rock.
Do we have the talk rocks?
Yeah.
So I'll just tell them what's going on and what we found.
What do
You
you-
got 25 words.
25 words. What do you got, Tommy?
We
One
found
moment.
the dude. Seems like he was in trouble. Maybe seems like he knows us. Or you.
Still have 7 words.
What should we do?
Does he hear? Do I hear you?
Yeah,
saying
he says
that?
it out loud.
Just like talking into a rock.
Just yep, takes a little rock. Just
Apparently, I don't know you. I just figured you was my enemies. Come to finish me off.
Oh, no enemies here. We're just struggling from the storm just the same.
So you weren't tired by anybody from Jernham?
No?
Fuck those people.
Gorak just kind of leads back. It's like, do I even want to know? Like, what's going on?
No, we are not from Jordanhale.
I'm definitely not.
We have met and experienced perfectly horrible things from the people from Jordanhale.
you'll get a message back that says, if they know us, it's best that you bring them back. I would say bring them to us or don't come back yourself.
Well.
I think
Give me a wisdom save.
I think the crew is pretty insistent that we help our compatriot here.
I mean, any person who is
okay,
pissed
did-
off Jordanhale.
Did
is
I
a
only
friend
hear
of mine.
the talk rock stuff, or did everybody else?
Just you.
Okay,
Just-
so I just did that.
Yeah, you're the only one who hears that. The reply. You have to talk to it, but when it comes back, it's like in your head.
Okay. So yeah, definitely rather insistent.
Well, it is great fortune indeed. You have met with the mercenary crew from the Black Betty. I am the great Ela.
And she prestidigitates and her eyes kind of glow purple.
I am gifted power beyond imagining. I can see into the future, do tarot readings. But it seems your fate is already in great hands, meeting us this day. This is Net.
Smack my gong. Boom.
He is a talented musician. And
Oh, thank you, Ela.
we have Golrak, handsome, mighty dwarf, and Mickey Worms, my knight.
I am the legendary Mickey Worms at your service.
There are many upon our ship, not as much as you might expect, so we have plenty of space for you.
And she will offer her hand out to help you on board.
I do appreciate it. More than you can understand. I've been out here in the water after that hurricane. It gets a little thirsty, a bit lonely. But let me impress upon you one more time. My enemies are powerful. I've already figured myself a goner. The chances are they'll use divinations to locate me, to locate the ship that I was on, which is now at the bottom of the ocean. And when, I'll say when, they find me, they'll kill everybody who helped me.
I think we've come across that encounter before, so
Not to name names.
yes. But
There are people in similar situations on the ship. Also, you can. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about anything. I literally didn't say a word.
Mickey suddenly is just like looking at everybody but you all.
You consider yourself a goner, but why not increase your chances? Why so chivalrous? You have sparked our curiosity. We offer food, water, maybe for a bit of help on the ship.
I appreciate your generosity, and I would not accept it for free. I'd do something to earn it. But I would not want on my conscience your deaths due to the fact that I've pissed off powerful people. Jeremy.
Well, whoever these powerful people are, if they come, I will send them to Geb. My honest promise to you, friend. Don't be afraid. You have met the great Ila this day. Rejoice. You are safe.
I appreciate it. I'd be more than happy to come back with you. Get off this fucking plank.
Perfect.
So you guys load in. Take the little chest with you. Do you try to do that discreetly at all?
It's in my bag of shit.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
You have like a sack with you.
Yeah.
See?
A little hobo bundle.
Well done.
Got interesting stories if you ever want to hear them.
Of course. We have plenty of time on this ship.
As you guys are gathering up, while you're back on the ship, as you watch them kind of disappear, a little bit hard to see as they kind of go off a little ways. Ocean still heavy waves, so it's easy for them to just kind of disappear. What are you thinking about? Just base thoughts.
Just kind of trying to assess the entire situation, who I'm dealing with, what's going on, what they're dealing with. Kind of trying to vibe out who's actually my friend and who's, still potentially an enemy. I'm still a little bit wary.
This little owl kind of comes up towards you. Could you grab me any cola?
Yeah.
Probably wild cherry, if you don't mind.
Which one? Anybody else want anything to drink? So
I'll take a Mountain Dew, bro.
Yes, please drink some of the vanilla
Alright,
porters
I'll
I
take a
have.
beer.
Because
Twist more.
Yeah, I know.
so standing just barely like 2.5 feet tall, this little owlkin with very dark gray feathers and these just huge orange eyes, kind of skitters up next to you. Just kind of, how you liking the ship so far?
Well built, before the hurricane, but we can fix that again.
absolutely. It's nice to have you on board. I see you've got some instrument stuff. You should play with Laura Quinn sometime. It'd be nice to hear you. She's a ship diplomat. She's good at that sort of thing. My name's Aiken. Thank you.
Porter Guinness. Porter Guinness. Porter Guinness.
It's very nice to meet you. I'll probably take you up on that offer and play with you very soon.
No, I should have brought a lighter.
There's one.
I got one of my keys.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Somebody came prepared.
Yeah.
Sure as hell wasn't me.
How this kind of look a worry about you? It's fine though. You're safe on a ship. You know, as long as you're helping the crew and working with that, you're good. There's no reason to be worried. I just had that feel about you. How do you mentally react to him? Kind of.
I don't know. I mean, I accept him and his warmth that he's offering me, the kindness. I'm a little bit less on guard than I was before.
Okay.
I have to get out. Trying to. Can I get a paper towel? Oh wow. I know. If I had a lighter, it would have been a different story. Just saying.
Because you can't do a bottle opener, but
Nope.
you can do a lighter, which is
Yes.
not designed for
This
opening
bottle
bottles.
opener threw me off. It's like a K. I was like, how the fuck am I supposed to do this?
Just do it.
It almost makes sense that you have a K bottle opener.
Well, it's kind of the double thing. It's actually a little Kershaw tool.
Oh, okay.
It's cool.
It's K for Kershaw, but it's also K because it's my name.
Yeah.
See, I've been spelling that wrong this whole time.
Usually,
Nope. There's a
unless
K
it
in
comes up
Golrac.
as a point of correction, most people do, and it's not a thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll see where it does. It's like, actually, it's K. Like, oh my gosh.
Chris with K. Works. Because I just dox you. Give me a wisdom saving throw. I want more.
No.
5.
5.
Aiken's getting a bit
That's probably not gonna be.
No. What would you tell me, or what would you say? If you had to say one thing was like heavily looming upon you, like a burden or a thought or a worry, what would it be?
Concerned about my brother's safety and where he's at in the world. Because, I mean, I've just been experiencing crap after crap after crap, so. I'm just worried about him and then my family back home and how they're doing without me, because I've never really spent any time without my family.
You get a feel that something is almost invading your thoughts a little bit. At this point, Aiken's just kind of like sitting there and just looking off next to you. You see he pulls out a little spyglass. Just looks kind of weird because, I mean, he's got this just massive eye for the spyglass. He's just looking through it. Not really paying attention to you, but you get this feel that something is kind of probing into your thoughts, trying to get more information from you.
I mean, I don't really do much about it, I guess.
Do you kind of like accept the fact that it's happening, or do you want to try to like push it off?
Just kind of accept it.
Okay. You just get this, and it's this strange feeling for a moment. You start to think up random, and you have like memories coming to mind. As you start vividly picturing family members and siblings, parents, spiders, traveling, setting up, tearing down, memories that stretch back to you being a young kid that you don't even recall, or you wouldn't even think that you have, and you're not really sure why these memories are kind of coming to mind. It's almost like something's just feeling you out and getting a feel for it. You start to recall being on the island. You recall the casting heat metal, little glimpse of violence from your past, which luckily isn't too riddled with violence, so not a whole lot, but little bits, and just, it's almost like something's just frantically, like if you were to try to pull open a book and just frantically try to grab a couple of, figure out what the story's about without really going page to page. Something just kind of flips through your memories. And then, for just a moment, you hear, "Should be safe." And as that goes through, it almost seems to echo through everything. And you hear the rest of the crew, almost every single member of the crew that you've met, goes, "Okay," all at the same time. But they're in their head. And again, Aiken's just sitting there looking through, but you can even hear Aiken's voice go, "Okay." As this just creepy flash goes over the ship. Nobody reacts to it. Nothing's going on. The crew's just kind of moving about, but you just hear this weird, offset voice. And shortly after that, you guys, on your way back on the skiff, catch sight of Black Betty as they've dropped anchor as well as they can, and their current position they're just kind of holding to, and you can see they're working on the main front sail, which was partially damaged. As you guys approach onto the ship, you bring the flotsam with you. Left that back.
Appreciate that.
But you guys get to the ship. As you board the ship, Aiken flies back up to the crow's nest, disappearing from sight. And as you guys all board, you'll see a female sea elf approaches you and goes, "And who might you be?"
For now, you can call me Quiz.
Quiz. Well, strange place to find somebody, but
Have you ever been in a ship that's actually done a barrel roll in the ocean before?
I don't think so. Pretty close, though.
That's the reason why it's on the bottom of the ocean.
It's
a freaking hurricane.
Oh yeah, and I mean, you'll look around. You can see there's still frayed ropes and torn stuff, and there's railings that are broken that they're just kind of like re-shimmering on and just kind of getting what they can put together. You can tell this ship has been through something, but the hull looks pretty solid. The majority of it looks well enough. There's a big broken ballista that doesn't look like it wants to fire right now.
I surely do appreciate you taking me on board. I told them that I didn't want to be a problem, but the people who are after me might make me a problem.
They mentioned that you may know us.
No, at first I thought you were my enemies.
And who would your enemies be?
Since apparently you don't know me and you don't know who my enemies are, I'll say it's the Thieves Guild of Jernhell and leave it at that.
Are you talking about the Banded Brethren? Or are you talking about the Black Daggers?
That'd be the ones.
Black Daggers. Interesting. You guys actually
That's what I was gonna say. Cool,
Yeah.
we pissed them off.
Yeah, they don't like us either.
Did you know they have some amazing spellcasters? My problem is I underestimated their cunning. got captured.
I think we got out pretty lucky with our encounter. But I can definitely see that.
Well, I mean, the leader of the guild was dead when you got there. So,
Like I said, we got lucky.
you guys got pretty lucky. Not too worried about the black daggers. There has been word sent to us from a friend that due to the actions of the adventuring group we have, we refer to them as the expendable part of the crew. But due to some of their actions, turns out that the Black Daggers sent a new leader to establish a better foothold in Stillwater. So we already are probably a little on their radar, but nothing too bad to worry about.
If you weren't before, you sure as hell are now.
Well, apparently, they do have a request to locate some of the crew, which is being worked on by the new leader, a tiefling by the name of Hishana. But we can't find much about her. Doesn't seem to have much of a story at all. But we'll sort it out. Honestly, where we're going, Jernhill will be a footnote at most in your past. We're going very, very far south, and then wrapping to the other side of the continent. I don't think we'll ever really need to delve too highly into the Solarian Empire. Of course, if you want to venture off, you are more than welcome, once we get closer to the mainland, to do as you wish. We can always attempt to find what we can. We have small communications.
The longer I'll be breathing.
Well, as long as you work. Everybody on the crew is required to do chores and pull their own weight. As long as you do that, you should be fine. Other than that, I mean, if you want to help with the group and their adventures, you're more than willing to, or you're more than welcome to. She has a gift of gab. She never said that. Literally, she has the gift of gab, and she can rewrite the words that she said 6 seconds ago.
I have no problem pulling my weight. Not a lot of weight to pull.
What do you look like?
It's a little halfling. Tattered looking clothes, and it doesn't look like they've been tattered for long. It's just basically recently.
Remnants of the hurricane.
He's I don't know, about average size for a halfling, which is very, very thin, very slight build.
Give me a perception check just from you because of who you are.
Yes. Natural.
Okay. Only person who would have possibly noticed does not notice, so they're good. Yes.
Highly perceptive, always.
Mhm. But yeah. Kind of going over. You can see there's a few members of the crew. no two members are ever looking at you, but it seems like at least at all points in time, one person is looking at you.
Bet you I can make him stop. No, I'm not gonna do that.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
13.
As you are getting established on the ship, what are just your kind of base thoughts? Just surface thoughts.
Mostly worried about being found. Any other ships coming to attack this ship because he's on it. Just remembrances of being hooded and bound and gagged for the whole entire week before the hurricane. The things that he heard, noises on the ship that he was on. It wasn't a battleship. It wasn't a merchant ship. It was more like a passenger ship. Maybe more like a slave ship. But he doesn't know. Doesn't know what the name of the ship was. Doesn't know where it came from. Doesn't know where it was heading.
Which is why you have slight little manacle burns on your hands that only
Slight.
Ela would have known. But I mean,
Slight.
enough that they're. But most people wouldn't necessarily look at it and go, "Oh, that's manacle burns." A lot of people just be like, "Oh, he got something on his wrist or something." But she would have known that, but she didn't even see it. So
Rocking the one.
yeah.
Always.
Okay. Captain will step over and go, "Still not down, Ela?" And he just points at the mast.
You are so funny, Raz.
Oh,
This is the captain, yeah.
Oh, you are so funny, Captain. I think I have proven my loyalty plenty. And if you don't find it sufficient, that is your burden, friend. But I will continue being perfectly useful and loyal.
You are very useful. That's fine for me. We have a tradition on this ship. A loyalty test. I don't know if you noticed, but the ship is not crewed normally. And you'll notice, like, there's not a whole lot of people on the ship, given what you're used to. But what you'll see is that there's lots of lots of the ropes and stuff like that that attach to the sails and stuff that would normally be set off to pulleys that people would pull and move and adjust, go into little holes in the sides of the ship, and it all kind of goes into the hull. We've got a good ship here. It does most of the work for me. But in a situation like last night, I need to be able to make calls, split-second decisions where I say, you do this, you do that. Being able to do that, like having Montgomery potentially sacrifice his helper, and you see there's this like little warforged with like a little duplicate of himself that's like working on like refastening the sails, doing split-second decisions without questioning my judgment in any way whatsoever is the reason why we're not on the bottom of this bottom of the ocean like your former captors. So we have a loyalty test here where I ask somebody to do a few things, and if they succeed, then their loyalty is proven. All you have to do is just follow my commands for about a minute. If either of you are interested, we could give it a shot. Golrak has already taken the test. Nat has gone above and beyond taking the test. though I'm not sure he could again. Mickey has. Ela, I honestly think that she's more worried about not being able to take the test than about the test itself.
You are funny, Captain.
That's Chuck
You
in the
have
background.
jokes. Oh, I'm sorry, Ned. Some of us can't sprout wings quite yet. But I'm working on it.
We're not all great at climbing. You do things well. You're great with the blade.
I have equipment. I could climb if I so chose.
You could always prove it.
I don't need to right now, Captain.
It's fine. But just know that you are a working passenger on the ship. When you take the loyalty test, you are a honorary crew member. It does not affect your cut. It does not affect...
Seem to affect much.
It earns you favor with the crew. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
It's going to be a 10.
10. What are you thinking about as the captain stares at you?
Surface thoughts are asking for loyalty and haven't seen any benefits to those who are loyal. We've risked our lives. We're all equals.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
It's going to be a 15.
15. Deeper than that. Do you have any worries of taking the test? Is there any other thoughts what worries do you have about the ship?
Worried that if she were to go unconscious, there would be several people on the ship that would not allow her to be revived, as the others have been. Absolutely.
What people specifically?
Net, Muck, the captain.
I'll try and kill you, bro.
Specifically because you're delving deeper, her main fear with all of that is that the captain would force a loyalty test on everybody else and just let Ela die.
Ah.
Because she has a self-importance on herself where she thinks that she comes across as threatening to the captain.
Give me, so you start realizing that your thoughts are being kind of brought forth and something is trying to force you to think about what it is that you have a problem with. Mm-hmm. Give me an intelligence check.
14.
14. You try to force it off, and then you get this vision. It's almost like you're kind of stepped back, and it all happens in just a flash. You're stepped back, and you're in your room, and you're seeing all your stuff. And you're also seeing, every time you turn, you can't see what's behind you. It's like there's something behind you constantly in the shadows, but there's these tentacles coming around from all sides, deep red, just picking up stuff and looking at it, and you hear this voice behind you going, "You have quite a collection. I like it. This is useful." And it starts going through, starts kind of knocking some stuff around and goes, "We were worried you took more than your fair share. I say that's not the case." And then you just kind of feel these tentacles as they just kind of hold you in place, looking down into the room. And then it just flashes and then it's gone. And the captain's still staring at you and he goes, "It's fine, Ela. I'm just giving you a hard time. you've proven your usefulness. In this situation, I would say that's as good as loyalty. For now. You handled yourself well yesterday.
Thank you, Cap.
Quiz? Amanita? Any interest in joining the crew?
Captain, you do not understand how much I appreciate you allowing me on board. Any test you have to give me is far more pleasant than anything I was dealing with before. I'd be happy to do anything it takes to prove any sort of loyalty you need from me.
Yeah. That's what I like to hear. And I know you're worried. Are you aware of the city of Chronopolis?
No.
No? Well, we robbed one of their trade ships, so we probably have made a few of our enemies, but like I said, we're sending sure.
Yes. Yeah. We are being tracked. That's right.
Probably.
Sorry, probably should have mentioned that to both of you. Sorry.
Never thought of myself as particularly lucky, but the hurricane seems to have brought out all my luck.
Absolutely. Well, if you take the loyalty test, I will give you the same deal I give to these. You'll get 1 share of any treasure that we find, and I'll feel like I can trust you.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Then it's a simple thing. They'll kind of push or show you over to Rush will come over next to the main mast, and it's got, you know, little hands rails on the side where you can climb up the mast. And he goes, all I need you to do to start is climb. You start climbing.
He goes, yeah.
You start climbing, he's like, and you start going through and climbing. You get to about 40 feet up. The overall crow's nest is 60 feet up. Going and going. You get to right below the crow's nest. It's like a little latch that can open up to get into it. You get to there and you're kind of just stopped there. And he goes, now all I need you to do is just let go. I promise you the ship will catch you.
He's aiming for out beyond the deck.
Just try to fall off of the water. Give me an acrobatics.
18.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can absolutely make it into a dive. Which wouldn't be too bad. You dive off and drop into the water. He goes, wonderful. They'll kind of rope comes over. There's little bits of ladder around the side of the ship as well, but rope comes over to help you get on. He goes, that's great, but like I said, the dive was nice. It looked great. In fact, you still did go quite a distance. You would take 4 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall into the water. It's still pretty large fall into water.
I mean, even cliff dive.
I know.
80 feet.
Still.
Not really feel the pain.
Just depends. On the lightning. 'Cause, I love the acrobatic stunt. I'd give it a 10 out of 10 for the dive, but the point is to just fall and let the ship catch you.
I guess I missed your point.
You missed the ship.
I did that on purpose. But if you wish, I'll do it again.
Okay.
Something like that.
Climb up. What's your athletics? Pretty sure it's decent, right?
With acrobatics.
Well, that's for the. But you have at least somewhat decent athletics. No. Give me athletics, because right now you're like covered in water trying to climb up the thing, and the ship's rocking. 4. So you struggle to climb. You're not really quite getting up there. Yes.
You said it's got posts on each side
Mhm.
of the mast, right?
Yeah, so I
You
mean,
can go from one to the other and back and forth
Mhm.
and swing and work up that way, but just as far as climbing.
yeah, you're struggling a little bit, and suddenly you feel the weight kind of pulled out from underneath you, and you're kind of realizing like you feel almost if you're weightless, and you're actually lifting up along it, and you just kind of start to climb up just easily enough. You get up to 60 feet, and he says, push yourself just a light bit away from the edge.
Or slightly.
And as soon as you do that, it drops. Do you want to give me an acrobatics to try to reduce your fall at all?
26.
Oh my god!
Lands on his feet.
You're going to half this
Superhero.
fall damage, but it's still going to be
Like
a
straight up
decent amount of
superhero.
fall damage.
Into like a-
Superhero landing hurts.
Into like a
Established
roll.
that. Blowing knees out and stuff.
You're going to half this. Oh, it's not that bad. You take 40 points of fall damage, halved to 20. Loyalty test gets harder. I'm guessing that with your tumbles up, you're still awake.
That was impressive.
That works for me. If you'd like to go see Dorgal, the ship surgeon, she will patch you up real nice, make sure you're good. She can also make sure any wounds you sustained from the hurricane are taken care of as well.
I appreciate that. You wouldn't have to have water I could drink with you.
Ela's already like pulled out another bottle.
Way more thirsty than someone who's just been out a day on a plane. Way more thirsty.
She pulls out a flask.
Um,
It's fresh. It tastes really good.
this little goblin walks up to you and just hands you just this little gray bead. Goes, this is really good. You should eat it.
Takes it.
You eat it fast enough, you won't even notice. Just
Doesn't even, yeah.
you've had kind of a hunger sitting on you for a while, but
Starvation, but thirst was way more.
yeah, the starvation is pretty much all subsided. You're like, wow, I'm not hungry. I don't remember the last time I wasn't at least kind of hungry, but you're not hungry. As he'll guide you down into the lower chambers. The captain looks over to you and goes, I know it's not the best sight, but are you interested in taking the loyalty test?
Is it quite alright if I say no?
It should be fine. For now. You're gaining friends, Ela. I'll have to keep an eye on that.
They are great friends.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's don't blame me.
I don't know if I'm quite as robust as some of our other members here.
It is a big ask. There are other ways to prove loyalty.
Muck and Mickey, they, when they took the fall, they were definitely less robust. They did not roll out of it as well.
They were
Mickey
damn
landed
near
pretty much flat.
bottles.
This is true. But Dorgal fixed them up, patched them up nicely, and we're all the better for it. It's fine. I understand that people don't want to get hurt. But as you saw last night, there was a hurricane. And other ships, probably just as good as ours, with crews just as skilled as ours, sank. The reason that our ship works well together is because We are a tight-knit group. But, fine. I do not in the least bit blame you.
We are a very tight-knit group. She winks at Golrak.
Golrak just kind of stands there, just doing his thing all oblivious. Okay. It's like, yeah, very tight knit.
I got something starting hard for me.
Sometimes.
But the anchor is pulled and the ship continues along. What else would you guys like to do for the day?
I'm just gonna mend little parts of the ship that I'm able to, and have Dewdrop use their silk web to kind of patch things up and strengthen some stuff here and there.
Yeah.
I'll just go back and doing what I was doing before and working with Montgomery and just freaking pounding away.
For sure.
Got a hammer, let's put it to work.
Nice. Ela will go down into the room. She will place out her music box, make sure nobody's in there.
Mm-hmm.
She will kind of just tucked in with her stuff in her little bunk. Enter her music box. And she is putting the coin and gems she had taken from Mickey as payment, and her payment as well from the captain, and she will put it all away in the music box except for 10 gold pieces. It's usually what she rolls with.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of moving some stuff around. She will cast another, she kind of lays out all of her empty bottles and flasks. She'll do another casting of create food and water. Just focus on the water and just fill up
All of her containers.
Yeah. Some of the barrels that she's, taking some water from. And all
Probably
that.
some. You've got chests in here that are just empty that you can fill with water as well.
Yeah. So just fill it up with water, collect the hematites, all that good stuff.
It is a mighty collection that you are bringing forth, Ela. You turn, and there's a gentleman, dark skin, ponytail, black hair, just shimmering essence, just kind of standing there. Of course, lower torso. He has legs, but they just kind of seem wispy. He stands there and goes,
Thank you. I have worked very hard to, exponentially grow my wealth and power in your name, my lord. She will kneel.
you have rewarded me well, and I would like to reward you.
Sure.
All blessings come at a cost, Ela.
Of course. I will pay whatever is necessary to grow in your eyes.
This is what I like to hear. The blessing of Geb is upon you. Our people travel through terrible wastelands at times.
Of course.
And this is why I bestow you with this gift to bring forth food and water. But, Ela, do not squander my magics on these pathetic creatures you roam with. They will give you food.
That is true.
In here it is good. Save stuff. Granted, for my blessing, I am a bit thirsty. I may take that as well.
Of course.
Do not squander my magic. Use my magic. With my magic, you can smite down our foes. You almost lost that blade. But it is fine. If you are not willing and capable of carrying the blade, then I will have a new servant. But I think you will do well. And use my magics correctly. Bring forth the searing power of the deserts on your foes.
I understand. I will prove there is no cause for worry.
Wonderful. Well, as always, Ela, I love doing business with you, but I am a very busy man. And you watch, and he just kind of vanishes, and as he does, everything in your music box disappears. Everything in your music box disappears. And you're standing there, and suddenly you're just kind of shunted out of your music box. But you will get the Eldritch Smite feature.
All right. Okay.
A little bit of a cost to pay, but
Ouch. Yep.
any magic items you had there in there would be left, but anything else, gemstones, gold, stuff like that, you kept 10 gold on you. It's fine.
All right. All right. Let me, all right. All right. But everything that was in my bag of holding, I would have.
You have everything in your bag holding, yeah. Just whatever you keep in there. Which is most, I know a lot of it's like certain things, but a lot of it is also like the gemstone stuff that he's given you.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, he's just going to take it back.
Yeah.
It's like, here you go. Here's a better gift for you.
Yeah. That was a lot of money.
Please note the past tense of that phrase.
Yeah.
It was a lot of money.
That was a lot. All right.
But you get Eldritch Smite.
Okay.
So-
Just.
I'll add it on.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll incorporate it into there.
Cool. Still only have 2 spell slots, but I have Eldritch Smite.
But you have 2 spell slots every short rest.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to take levels of Paladin, which most people do, to be able to pump in smites. Imagine if you would have had those. What level are your spell slots?
Oh, level 3.
Mm-hmm. So when you crit that guy, when you had spells available, you could have pumped in 1d8 plus 1d8 per level of spell,
Yeah.
or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, the blessings of Geb are upon you. I mean, you have a very greedy god.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I love this shit. That was very painful on many levels, though. But all right.
Mhm. Yeah. Now she's like immediately thinking, so what do I keep in my bag moving forward?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, okay. All right. I'm just making sure. Nope, definitely lost that too.
What'd you lose?
The wyvern poison. It's fine.
He would leave the poison, because that's going to help you with moving through.
Murdering
He's
people.
interested in like the coins and the barrels of water and the like shows of wealth, like having a
The
flask
chests.
of wyvern, chest full of gold and gems and
A lot of them
random
were filled with
stuff
sand as well.
and sand and just all kinds of random stuff. He's more interested in like he has the same idea of like the accumulation of like wealth, and he likes taking that. But the wyvern
About
poison would be like
3,030 gold pieces, roughly, just in gold,
hmm
not including the monetary value of all of her gemstones
Mm-hmm.
and equipment.
You had pride silk too, didn't you?
I had a bolt of pride silk.
No, I have a bolt of pride silk. It's fine. It's okay.
Oh, but hey, that's what I get.
It's not that much. I need you to give me Constitution saving throw.
18.
Of course you would. It's fine. You go down, and you are brought down by this dirty little goblin into a chamber where they lay you down, and
Can't say dirty little goblin because I'm about the same size.
he's
He's a dirty little goblin.
A little
Yeah,
bit. I'm pretty sure he's a little bit smaller. He's pretty small for a goblin, but kind of scraggly, and he's definitely just like. At times, when you look at him, it almost looks like there's a haze around him, where it just looks like there's maybe like a light bit of like a cloud about him, kind of. Yeah. You're like, it's not bugs. It's not necessarily dirt, but it's just like something that just, as he moves, it just seems to kind of just fill the area around him. But they bring you in and they lay you down, and the first thing that happens is she applies. You have a pretty large wound along your side where it's just like it feels like maybe something's fractured. And she applies something to you. She just looks at you for a moment. Okay. We'll do this the hard way. And she'll go through and she'll kind of reset part of a messed up bone that wasn't broken, but it was hurt. She kind of pushes that in, and you see she goes through and hands you a few these little vials that have just this odd smelling beverage liquid to it. Just drink this and you will be okay. Yeah. She gets you a couple potions, heals you up, and says, you are free to go on your way. Your room is right around the corner. And Muck will kind of show you to the room that you guys have. Just slowly starting to get a little bit more full, but there's a little hammock. And you are alone in the room for a moment. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Bust out the thieves' tools and work on this broken box.
Okay. Give me a Thieves' Tools check.
22.
Does not open. This is a really, really good lockbox. You're like, not quite. You're gonna have to play with this a little bit, but shortly, as you're kind of doing that, shortly after, Ela just is there. As this kind of a swirl of sand comes through out of nowhere, just, and Ela is standing right next to you.
She does something with her hands and her eyes, kind of glow purple as she looks at you.
Ah, yes.
Do not think that I'm unfamiliar with prestidigitation.
Well, I am being of mighty power, but it seems you know a little something yourself, then. A practitioner of arcane arts.
When I have to.
I see. Knowledgeable, at least.
At least.
Well, if you stick with me, I can empower you further. I will be able to grant even your greatest wishes.
Apparently you don't know how great my greatest wishes are.
Oh, trust me, friend. I will be very capable soon. I am held down at the moment. But if you help me, I am blessed with the gift of cosmic power. There are reasons why I am called the Great Ela.
You know, I just met you. And the only person I've heard call you the Great Zia is you.
Right. Give it time. You will come to understand.
I'm very perceptive. I suppose I'll figure it out, one way or the other.
Surely. Until then, you mentioned, well, hinted, that you pissed off the Black Daggers.
I smacked him on the snout, if you have it that way, yes.
Well, I am curious. How did you manage to do this?
Some things they had Figured it'd be better off if they were mine. So I took them.
Right.
It was a bit of work. But I got them. I don't think they're expecting me in there. I got the stuff and it's like, I don't really need this anymore, so I kind of distributed it to the people I found along the way. Not a freaking Robin Hood or nothing like that, but I don't need it. These people here do. Once I got their stuff, it was worthless to me. It's the challenge I was looking for. Again, I said I talk more than I can chew. I found me a frickin' challenge.
Apparently so. Well, if it's a challenge you are looking for, surely you will be debriefed on the artifacts that the Black Betty is looking for. That will hopefully present a challenge. But, again, just to plant the seed, I have the ability of foresight. Gifts to give to those who are worthy. If you help me achieve these gifts, I can be a great boon to you.
I find that gifts come with prices.
That is true. That is true. Seems like you are willing to pay the price of even your life if it is to piss off the Black Dagger, but...
I didn't realize I was going to be paying that much of a price.
Right, well...
Like I said, I underestimated the cunning of their spellcasters. These bastards.
Agreed. Very much agreed. We'll have our way with Jorenhill one day, I am sure.
No problem with Jarnell. It's the seedy, dark, secretive underside that seems to have a problem with me. I share the feeling.
Have you ever heard of the Tide's Beacon? Or the Lighthouse?
Yeah.
These people in particular, we even met people in Darkshore who were not a fan. We came to realize particularly why. So, don't worry, we are a force that they can
I
reckon.
heard when I got on the ship. A name I was definitely not expecting to hear. I was wondering if maybe you have such as loathing against the Black Daggers of Journhill. Maybe this person, as far as I know, has nothing to do with them. Kind of along the same lines.
Oh, we are not a fan. We did some investigating, dispatched a couple members. Potentially, I don't understand how they work, but yeah, you can say that we are not allied by any means.
For that, I'm thankful.
I, for a while, was interested in the bounty brokers of Jorenhill. We traveled briefly with a man who was a member, who had a contract for me, but seemingly resigned from it. It was faulty, had no grounds, was forged, if you will. This man has disappeared. I would encourage you to be wary. If you see a tentacle man, you will know him if you see him. Just, I was not trusting.
The thing, I did not to trust much of anybody.
I get it.
I just wondering if maybe you'd ever heard of that name, because nobody else seemed to blink think it was the captain that said it. Hashana?
I've never heard of this name in my life. This person is after you?
Well, that's the way that this individual was mentioned. I was just trying to keep the fact that I knew anything about her quiet.
So you don't want information spread about her?
Don't care.
All right. I will keep my ears open for you, friend. Quiz, right?
Yes.
And when you arrived, you did see that there was a small lockbox in front that he was kind of tinkering with, that he didn't seem to, was kind of putting away his thieves' tools as you arrived, but...
You have something there? Did you need assistance?
Nah, I get it figured out.
Suit yourself.
Keep them entertained in those boring hours.
Fair.
Meanwhile, on the upper deck, as you're mending some stuff, the small little replica of Montgomery will come up with some pieces of sail, folded up. And just kind of walk up, doesn't say anything, just kind of holds it up to you. And Montgomery will say, while you're mending, if you could hit some of those patches, that would be very helpful. He kind of holds it out to you. As you kind of feel like this kind of weightlessness about yourself, as you just kind of slowly start to drift, and you kind of grab a hold, as you're noticing, like, as the second you kind of leave, the ship seems to kind of like, you get kind of pushed into the rail, and you're brought up. But you get lifted up along, and it's easy enough because you're just being held in place magically aloft. As you start to go through and patch up the sails, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Made that. Just saying.
You did make it. Very well. 10. You're going through, and you're kind of mending and going through, and you... It's almost this weird texture to your hands. It seems that this cloth has a little bit of like an oil of some sort on it, and you just kind of, everything just kind of blacks out just slightly. As shortly after that, you awaken in the infirmary. I go, I'm sorry, my dear. Apparently, we got this cloth from a ship that we encountered that did lots of different trade goods. Apparently, in the battle, a vial was broken. She'll hold open like a broken vial. And you can see there's more cloth kind of staggered to the side there. She goes, it is not long term. You should be fine. Just a oil of tegot simply lures creatures into a breast, but you should be fine now. So you've countered the effects of the poison. I wish to apologize that we did not notice it was in place. But that'll go through. They'll kind of go through. You're still a little woozy for the next hour or so as the antitoxin takes effect, but after about an hour, you're fine. As the 29th day ends, is there any last thing anybody wants to do?
Work on that lock, though.
Work on the lock?
I will just work with Dorgal.
Work
Try
with
to
Dorgal?
overcome
Yeah,
that poison.
absolutely. And she'll tell you, she's like, we have to be careful. Apparently, she says, are you missing oil of tegot? Did you take an oil of tegot?
Never had.
You didn't have one. One was broken with the sails that we took from the Chronopolis trade ship. but it should be fine now.
Maybe they are booby-trapped, so to speak.
Well, it was the sails we took and folded up.
Right. Maybe
Not
they
sure.
do this for the fence.
Perhaps. But we will make sure that we are careful in the future.
Of course.
This is something we don't want to have happen, especially could have been worse if it was virus poison. Luckily, it was just a minor oil. Before you take your rest, falling into a slumber in which you gain the unconscious condition, I'll give you one more roll.
Even worse. 15.
Nope. Not seeming to get this. You're like, yeah, this is a good lock. But the day concludes, and the 29th day is over. And I'm really glad you rolled a 20, and I was successful. I got everybody unconscious that needed to be unconscious. As you drift off to sleep, and you are in your state of trance, you all get a dream. This vision of you being on a little skiff and sailing away from the ship towards different islands, and flashes, and it's an island where there's a big dune rim and small hills behind, and then an island where it's tropical trees and this silvery mist sort of covers everything, and an island that has walls around it and a big stronghold built. And then you see suddenly flashes and the boat's gone and you're underwater, but you can breathe and move normally underwater. And you're going through caves. And you turn in a cave and you're in an underground ruin. You're going through, and as you're moving along, you see that you're with this group. And little flashes start to come as you open a door and you see a shrine with gold all around it and gems and jewels and different unique trinkets. And then you're on an island and you're out of the water, and again there's a shrine, and around it are gemstones and chests and magic items, and you're seeing instruments, and you're seeing weapons, and you're seeing just gemstones and all these different things. You're seeing yourself move through. There's lock boxes that need picking, doors that need to be opened. There's tricks and puzzles and different things that need to be solved as it comes together. But you guys are all working well as a group. And you kind of just wake up, leave your trance, wake back up, and just have this sense of connectivity. You just feel like something is binding you together. But that brings us to the 30th. Would you like to give me a D20 and see how fun we can have?
How's the 30th?
15.
15. Give me a D6.
2.
2. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 2. Wonderful. You wake up. You hear a call in your head. Yeah, whenever you guys are ready, got some breakfast ready for you. Unless Ela, are you going to help us out? Get us a little bit of snacks? Some good food?
I'm sorry, I must be more prepared for today. It is not in the cards. Perhaps later.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. We go fish and stuff. guys come up and a breakfast is being cooked. Baziba kind of looks at you and goes, got like fruits and stuff? Do you do pig? I like pig. Pig's good.
The
Don't get
last
my pig.
24 hours. You should have some left over from yesterday. It is not in the carts today, Boziba.
Oh. That's fine. I mean, I've got fish. And you're looking over, there's nothing left. Like, he definitely, like...
Cooked it all up. Yeah.
And it's one of those things, like,
Can't say I blame him.
you... And it's also when you're cooking, like, you give, like, full oranges and limes and stuff like that, and he's literally just cutting them up and squeezing them into the cooking stuff and throwing the excess away because it just disappears in the morning, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. Or no, it doesn't disappear, it starts to spoil.
It starts to spoil.
It gets thrown off the ship.
Yeah.
The captain comes in as you're eating. Keep having the weirdest dream about you guys. Am I alone in this?
That's odd.
Yeah.
What have you been dreaming about us for?
I just see journeys that you guys are on. That's interesting.
Well, I'm gonna kind of be honest with you, Captain. That's sort of what brought us here to begin with. Is at least Ned and I had felt this connection and kind of saw what we recognized as your ship, and as we sort of moved forward, we just kind of gained and started to feel this connection with everyone here.
Yes, I believe it started the night that you saved our life. Or I was at first mate.
Oh, that was me.
It was
He
like-
pats his crossbow
Yeah.
on his side. That thing that was trying to
Yeah, but
beat you down.
yes.
You guys looked okay enough. We left you. We didn't want to risk getting infected by blue rot.
No, but that was the first night that we started having those dreams.
It's interesting. Maybe it's some fate. Maybe it's your Geb who's speaking to us. You say that Geb blesses us.
He blesses in many ways.
I know you are trying to find your brother. It's something we can definitely help you with. But I know you are trying to find pretty much as far away from the Solarian Empire as you can. We can help you with that. I'd like to tell you about what we're doing and what the ship is here for. And he'll pull out and he sets a fragment on the table. It looks like a gray stone, maybe slightly metallic slice of pizza that has like some runes on it. And
That's that damn thing that we got.
he sets it down and goes, "This is one piece of 10. When you find all 10 of these pieces, it will lead us to the first vault. There are 10 more fragments like this. When you find those, they will lead us to the second vault. The first vault has treasures like no other have ever known. It is a hidden location that even the best treasure hunters could not imagine of ever finding. And within it,
I gotta say, I got a pretty fucking big imagination.
there's one item that we want particularly. It is a fork. When you use this fork,
Is there a letter following that?
it's a tuning fork.
Better look.
When you use this tuning fork, along with the second fully assembled disc, you can find a vault even greater than the first vault. The first vault is the accumulated wealth of some of the greatest pirate kings in history. But the second vault is in a pocket dimension. It is said that every treasure that has ever been lost to the seas finds its way into this vault.
Nice.
This isn't the type of treasure that kings search
Shit,
for.
fucking damn, my rapier's in there.
This isn't the type of treasure that kings search for. This is the type of treasure that gods search for. Very, very powerful, ancient, primordial creatures shattered these discs, spread them across the land. They created shrines. The shrines protect and help to infuse the land around them with magic. You'll have to find ways of solving the puzzles of the shrines. Some easier and just needing a little trust, some more difficult. But if you can solve all of these puzzles, not only will blessings be bestowed upon you, but we will have the money to make our own lives. We'll forge new kingdoms. You will all be wealthy beyond your wildest imagination with just one share of these treasures. And we will change the world forever. And that's what we're doing.
The wealth.
We can still gain power and try to find your brother as well. But
The wealth doesn't excite me. The challenge of those shards you're talking about. The puzzle.
Shoot, the wealth excites me.
That's what I meant. Anybody can accumulate wealth, and wealth can be taken away from you. But
Yeah,
you collect these shards.
bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you, thank you.
This is true. Wealth can be taken away from some, but there is a point in which you become so wealthy, renowned, and
You just
beyond
get a bigger
belief.
target on you, that's all.
Well, then you just make sure you own all the weapons.
There's some fucker out there running around like they'll come and take it from you. But the wealth isn't what interests me. It's the challenge, the tricks.
Well, you are a greater man than I. Wealth is definitely something that has
I'm wealthy right now.
always... Yeah?
Right now I'm wealthy.
Well, that's good.
I don't have any shackles on me. I'm breathing air, I can see where I am. It's wealthy. I'm not starving to death.
I like the way this guy thinks.
There is a
You would
Nice.
net,
perspective to it.
she says in cool letters.
Says the murderer.
Don't try and entice me with wealth of coin and stuff. Oh, it's a challenge. That's where I'm at.
And I like that. I do. It's not just the wealth, though. Treasure isn't just all coin. There is more to it. There are items, artifacts, long lost legendary items, things that our greatest ancestors didn't know existed before they were lost to the seas. I feel like along the way we'll find at least one thing that you want to keep a hold of.
If I find it useful. It's not the stuff. You gotta live every day. Every day is a test. If you don't take the test, you get slow, and that's when they get you.
That's when they got me.
That's when they got me. For fucking sure.
He'll kind of pull up his arm a little bit and sleeve, and you can see he's got scars on his wrists. He lowers his hands down. Well, you guys are back to Chorin, so we'll add you into the rotation. Luckily, we've got a couple extra bodies here to keep things done, but we'll start it easy. Rope checks, swabs, disposing of things. But we'll keep it at easy.
I'm the noob. I suspect you'll give me a feckin' swab.
Luckily, the dirtier jobs are handled. We have a volunteer who takes most of those.
That's mighty righteous of him.
Works well. Well, I think I'm gonna go rest. I feel a little bit off.
God, but other shit, I reckon you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, absolutely. And he'll walk
Dream
out of the
me
room.
more, Captain.
He'll walk out of the room. Give me an insight.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. Give me an insight.
Natural 1.
20?
20.
15.
9.
Also 9.
You're pretty sure that he's going to go think about you. Obviously.
Obviously.
You guys don't
Sorry,
really
what?
get too much or anything. You get like a slight feeling that he's off. For a second, when you tell him that he's the captain, there's this moment in which this shock looks over him, like he doesn't know where he is and he doesn't know what's going on, and he is completely lost for just a split second before there's almost this like flash where like his eyes just for a second, like almost as if you see this like this purple, not a glow, but just like a purple flash, like a blink with like hidden eyelids or something, like just like something goes over him, or like maybe something painted dark purple went right past him, and just like the reflection, just this light flash of purple, and then he goes back to himself and he walks out of the room, goes into the captain's quarters, locks the door. You guys are in the room right next to him, and you're hearing like chain, click, click. Is there anything in particular that you guys would like to do on the third?
Just working on that poison.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying as much as I can with Dorgal.
Nobody's giving me any fucking charge. I'm gonna go back to my room.
They'll give you like swabbing duties and stuff like that.
Don't you get the fucking swab.
Swabbing duties. They'll have you. They'll actually have you checking on some rope stuff, and they're like, "Oh, you're really good with tumbling and dealing with that stuff." There's a point where they'll kind of tie a little rope to you and have you basically come off the side of the ship, and you're going through and scraping some barnacles and stuff, and just kind of doing.
Usually when I'm doing this, I expect rope tied to me legs as well, and you drag me underneath the whole fucking thing.
Luckily, actually, it would be first mate Rush would be out there helping with this. Yeah, actually, it's not too bad. As long as you don't take anything that's not yours, we don't have to kill all you.
I won't be doing that.
Yeah, that's good.
Kill Harlan and the barnacles. It's not my friend.
Absolutely, it's a fun one. I do have rules drawn up for keel hauling, just so you know, in case we need. Yes,
They
it is.
do it under full sail. You're not going to.
Yeah, that's all. It's a lot of D10. It's a lot of piercing. It's a lot of poison. Little bits of necrotic. Or not. I didn't mean piercing. I meant slashing. But lots of slashing damage. A little bit of necrotic damage. A lot of poison damage as well. Just not enjoyable.
Yeah.
But
It's just like wounding because you don't stop.
just yeah. And it's that dice, pull, dice, pull, dice, pull. It's a fun one.
Under full sail, so yeah, you're being pushed.
Yeah, against it. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
scrape barnacles all fucking day long. I don't care.
Yeah. But yeah, so chores, stuff like that, you get set. Did you want to attempt? I'll give you another attempt at your box per day if you want to try it again.
Sure. I get a chance. I get a chance to go back to the room, maybe?
Yeah.
Doubtful. 17.
Nope, not quite. You're like, when you have the time during the day, you work with it, and you're just not getting this lock. It's one of the better locks you've ever seen. Just nice because it's a fun challenge for you. Can you grab me a soda?
Absolutely.
Just any, probably wild cherry.
Soda or drink?
Grab it. Don't bring it. Just grab it.
Right.
Just grab it,
Grab
pick it up,
it.
set it back down.
Gently caress the soda.
No.
Yes.
Just
Grab
leave it
Leave
back
Leave it in
there.
its privacy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, leave it back there, and then come back. I'll have some rolls for you to make for
Excellent,
me.
great. Anybody else want anything on them?
No, I'm good.
I'm good, thank you, sir.
But if there's nothing else in particular that anybody wants to do on the 30th, other than working and going through,
Negative.
absolutely. Then we shall move on to the 31st. It's not bad. I'm not a huge fan of the...
I like it.
I would like it more if it was just lemonade, but I'm really not a fan of raspberry.
Raspberry in it. Yeah.
You don't like raspberry lemonade?
That's fair.
I just don't like raspberry much. I like strawberry lemonade.
Yeah, I think if it was strawberry.
If it's really fake raspberry, I can deal with it, but like the more natural, and it's a good raspberry is the problem, so I just don't like raspberries much. Rasp and cran, not...
He likes his raspberries fake. Fake as fuck.
Right?
It's like banana flavored stuff. I love like the fake banana flavored stuff that doesn't taste anything like bananas, but it's just that
Runs.
super fake.
Right, banana?
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Laffy
Yeah.
Taffy.
Runs,
Laffy
Taffy,
Taffy.
Laffy Taffy, all
Yeah.
that good shit.
Exactly. That brings us to the 31st, which is a holiday.
Hallelujah. How many barnacles do you need me to scrape?
No, definitely have you scraping some barnacles and doing stuff. But it is the 31st, which means it is the fourth question. So,
Ah, shit. I thought I used the first fucking 3.
yeah. So just so you know, it is the month of Ione, the goddess of knowledge. And she has 5 holidays which are referred to as the 5 question days. The 1st, the 11th, the 21st, the 31st, and the 41st are the questions. Upon these days, it is said that one can meditate and gain knowledge from far off distant creatures. Some people believe that it's Ione herself who bestows this knowledge on you. But other people say that attempting to do this can bring upon you a madness. Some people are said to go crazy. On the days of questions, cities will have random people in bursts of hostility, or people who collapse into catatonic states, or people who just flee, just run through the streets screaming, stuff like that. Just these different things. By the next day, it's all cleared up and everybody seems to be fine. But just this madness seems to overtake some people. Other people say that they're rewarded and given all this knowledge and such. So there is that potential if anybody wishes to reach out and...
No, I'm real good. I'm real good.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to die today.
Oh, I'm saying reaching out. Meditating, or how are you talking about?
Different people do it different ways. Some people set up rituals. Some people read books, and they say that the answers form themselves in the pages. Really, people do it different ways. It's really kind of however you kind of want to try to reach out to another extraplanar being.
Well, Chris is going to go meditate in front of his locked box.
Net will be pretty much ready action, hold person for anybody that tries to flee the ship.
Okay.
Hila.
Just up on the deck?
A question.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
Hila's
Yeah.
gonna try.
She's gonna do it again.
How are you gonna do yours, Hila?
Well, first she's gonna go around and she's gonna try and ask like Dorval or anybody else.
The Arcan, they're reaching out. I feel I am particularly good at that. It is the mental ambush that overtakes me when I attempt this. Is there maybe something you can give me or assist with to aid me in my question? I don't have much in the way of payment. I could produce food or water and water, or 10 gold pieces.
You did not do that for us yesterday. Baziba was very disappointed. He likes that you were helping him to create better foods. I can't do Russian while you're doing the Egyptian. It's impossible.
It's pretty hard.
Just switching back and
Mikey
forth.
has the same issue.
Yeah, trying to do Russian. When Mikey's doing Russian, I'm trying to do the Austrian,
It's even worse.
which is like an Austrian Freudian inflection. It's just... That's why they get in a quiet booth and they get in the zone and they go, and it's different when you just read this line. Read this line. Anyways, we got it. Sorry.
So,
I can help you. You still have your soul salts, yes?
I don't. I gave you all of the sooth salts.
I can give you a dose of sooth salts.
Sure.
And I have another one I can do for you. She sets down a flask in front of her, and she takes, and you see she has this kind of ridiculously long grown fingernail. She takes it and she slices it into her hand and squeezes as some blood comes out. She takes and crushes some herbs into it, and as she's crushing, you hear this crunching noise. And when she opens her hand, the fingernail is gone. And she sets the flask in front of you and goes, drink this right before you go. That will imbue you with a boldness that should help you a little bit.
Sure. I will do this. Thank you.
Perhaps as well, reach out to your friend Net. See if he can help you. He may be able to bring forth an inspiration to guide you when needed.
I will do this. Thank you.
You are welcome.
She will.
Yeah.
Take your fingernail and herb blood potion.
Absolutely. And then she'll, on her way out, she'll kind of peek into the kitchen. Baziba kind of working on some stuff.
Baziba's up. No. Baziba would be
Out fishing.
But somebody would be in there. It would be Mashiri would be in there at the moment. She's just sitting back, just kind of eating. It's a fish, and there's some cheese and like dry rations kind of mixed in, and it's a good fish meal.
Tell Baziba he's welcome.
And she'll create food and water, but mostly the food and the fruits.
And you'll see the water stores are down a little bit because some people prepared other spells.
But yeah,
She looks at you and says, he says, thank you.
She'll go look for Net.
So you are down doing or looking at your box. Do you want to give your daily attempt at it?
23.
Not quite. It's a very, very good luck. But as you're doing that, you are kind of thinking and meditating a little bit, really kind of focusing on the lock, but thinking of stuff as this kind of thought and swirl of arcana comes about you. Give me an arcana check.
13.
What do you wish to ask? So you can ask one question of the universe around you.
What does my mental mindset need to be to open this feckin' lock?
And no answer comes from you.
Blank. Got it.
It's a DC 15 to actually ask the question, but you don't know that, so you still ask the question. Ela, you come down. He's kind of got this little box in front of him, and you see he's kind of like thinking. You kind of come in, and he goes back and thieves tools away. But how do you set up your ritual?
She'll bamf out her blade, put her music box in front of her. She'll kind of pray and channel a little bit. She will take her sooth salts and she'll go ahead and... Oh, she went to go ask Ned. Yeah, she'll go to that beforehand, sorry.
Yeah.
Ned,
Yes, Ela.
I was given advice to seek out your aid as I attempt to ask a question as part of the holiday. Are you willing to help me, Ned?
I will gladly help you, Ela. I have no problem helping a friend, but later we shall talk. And I give you bardic inspiration.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll go down and first of all, you take the sooth salts. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. It's gonna be a 13.
You gain 1 level of exhaustion. And you'll gain that like kind of at the end of this because the 1 level's ability checks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you won't gain that at the beginning of this because you'll still have you'll gain advantage on intelligence checks for 1d4 hours,
Okay.
which I will roll, but you'll gain 1 level of exhaustion at the end of it.
Right.
I'm going to say 1d8 halved because all my d4s sink. So
It's
for
their
2
nature.
hours. Yeah, they just sink to the bottom of my giant jar of dice. So you will gain advantage on this. So as you prepare, give me an Arcana check. You have advantage on Arcana checks.
Okay.
And then you have a Bardic Inspiration available, which is the D8.
So. Alright, so Arcana is a 24.
24. What do you want to ask?
As always, in Primordial. Same question. She has asked twice now. She asks again, as verbatim as possible. Where is the nearest artifact out of my possession to help me destroy and defeat the Marid?
Oh, interesting. Because that might actually have changed. Well, no. I don't think that would have changed. Okay. Give me an intelligence saving throw, which is not an intelligence check, so you don't get advantage.
Right.
but I am inspired.
You are inspired, though, which is a new take on this.
That is 3 times!
Every single holiday, he rolls a natural 1 for his intelligence saving throw, and I love it.
Every single time!
What does that give you?
Not enough.
At the party, bro. 2. No.
5.
So it's a 6.
So that's a 7.
A 7. Wonderful. Give me a D4. Let's figure out what comes back to you.
1.
Okay. Perfect.
Hey, it makes sense. You rolled a 1.
The story for this is just so fucking amazing.
You reach out and you ask for this.
It's like
And you
I'm on
hear
the ocean asking for this shit. It's like
you hear as if a sound of a voice starts to come at you, and you hear the howling winds and the slapping waves of all of the oceans at once come crashing to your mind, as you also hear what just sounds like the primordial water essence just screaming at you in a deafening noise to cancel out what it is that you're trying to hear. As this married, who you're trying to destroy and enslave, decides that he's going to stop you from hearing. I need... And you rolled that, and we rolled that, so if you want to pull up ever, it's going slow. I've got another one here. It's hopefully not going as slow. You're good. You can... need a roll for me. I just gotta remember which one it is. You rolled that, and that's good, so... Apparently that wants to go slow. That's fine, because I have it in here as well.
Bam.
Um,
You feel like whenever I'm trying to look something up out of any of those books, it takes forever. On the app, at least.
Oh, yeah.
it's just when I leave it sitting for a while, my computer or my devices just are like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore.
10 minutes.
Wonderful. So, roll me percentile.
okay, great.
Oh.
Random choices here. 38.
38. And roll me 1d10.
And D10. 5.
5. So that's not too terrible.
He says as he smiles.
Yeah, that smiles more.
2.
The ship.
Shimmy Christmas. DM smiling. Oh.
Yeah, for real. Or when they're like, oh, perfect. You're like,
This is going to be Mark.
I may have attracted some attention.
I think the
No.
only worst one is that always hits.
Yeah.
Like, that's.
That one always hits, yeah, because that means you're
We
Yeah.
know what that
getting
is.
smacked.
Ow, ow,
Oh,
ow,
I need...
ow. Okay, ow.
Yeah.
Ow, fine.
So this...
Just rub it in.
See, so
Cool.
it's good that
I'll get a
you...
20
Sometimes
like-
it's nice when you don't make the Arcana, because that means you don't even contact.
Right.
I did really great at contacting.
Yeah,
You do every
you
time.
always do, though.
That one. That's no bueno.
3 times.
Hmm.
Every time I've done this, I've rolled a nat 1.
This time you got bardic inspiration from me too.
I know.
figured it might go a little bit better.
It me too. I was like, surely this ain't gonna nat 1.
Okay, so for the next 50 hours, yes, you are overcome with an intense revulsion against the person who is there to try to help you. For the next 50 hours, you have an intense urge to leave the area and avoid the target. So you want to avoid net at all costs. When the creature, or when such the creature is within 60 feet of you, you must make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened. The creature remains frightened while it can see. The target is within 60 feet of it. While frightened by the target, the creature must use its movement to move to the nearest possible safe spot in which you can see the target. If the creature moves more than 60 feet away from the target and can't see it, the creature is no longer frightened, and the creature becomes frightened again in regards to the side if the creature moves within 60 feet of it. So for the next 50 hours, it's basically like that, but there's not much you can do. You're just
I have whole person, so.
stuck to just something about him. There's just this revulsion. You almost get the feeling like the Merid blessed him in a way that you have to stay away from him, like he might have heard the Merid's voice or something was going on. Either way, you're just terrified of him.
How the tables have turned. No.
Yeah, I dig it.
But what would you like to do? By the way, wisdom saving throw.
We'd like to make a wisdom saving throw.
11.
11. What's your save DC?
17.
17. That is a fail.
Yeah.
So you are frightened and have to just leave his sight. Try to get away from him. You don't have to. You would obviously wouldn't
So I would.
put yourself in danger, but you'd probably try to
Okay.
get.
Well, if I see her fleeing anyway, I'm gonna.
I need
already have whole person.
Base from you, net.
Okay.
This isn't the normal way, because normally the
Yeah.
person's just like, and just like runs, but no, she's just like, I need space, and then like kind of pulls out of the room. She does look panicked.
Legit panicked, yeah, and just like she grabs her music box, like clutching it, leaving the blade, and gets up to leave.
That's weird.
Yeah. And she leaves the room.
If she wants to be left alone, that'll leave it to be, because we're obviously not on the greatest terms already, so I guess we'll talk in 50 hours.
It's a weirdly
You don't-
specific number.
You don't.
I know that.
You
but
have no
I'm
idea,
saying,
but yeah.
like,
So
yeah, we'll talk
Weird.
yeah,
Get
She
over
calms the
the
fuck
yeah.
down.
yeah, absolutely. Does anybody else want to attempt to take advantage of the fourth question? Reach out to an otherworldly being, potentially have.
Rending mine.
If you would like to
Oh, I've
help
got much more
me,
potential than that.
Datiri would love to do it.
I'll gladly give her bardic inspiration.
So he's going to sooth salts, and that is good. And then your bardic inspiration is a D8. He doesn't have advantage on that. He has this. Oh, you forgot to roll your D4. Doesn't matter. You rolled a 7. You could have got to 11.
That's been the highest so far.
Oh, but I'm good. Because that's a
Are
12.
you? Are you?
He has to, the Tiri has to have a +3 to his, and he's a mage. If he doesn't have a plus, yeah, I know he has at least a +4. Should be 6 to his intelligence saving throw. He wants to load. Does it want to load? You'll get brought into like an extra crew quarters area, and there's a little desk set up and parchments set out, and he will have you help. He asks a question in a very strange, distant language that seems guttural, and it's weird because as the voice comes out of his mouth, it almost seems like it's coming from the corners of the room, and it's just this really weird, like almost a magic tone, sort of just this weird language that just is hard to place. You can give me a Arcana. See if you've ever heard this before.
Fuck no, I haven't.
So, not really sure what it is.
No.
But he asks a question. Then he looks at you and goes, "Thank you very much, Nat. You've been very helpful."
No problem, Shiri.
This is Datiri.
Detiri.
Datiri. The shipwright, the wizard guy.
Yeah, the one that last time I stopped.
Who does have +6? That was right.
Yeah, he tried to run away.
Yeah, he's the only one who he, on behalf of the ship, asks questions. But
Gotcha.
perfect. The chorin happens. Food is made. A better bounty of food for the day. And the 31st ends. As we move on to the 32nd day. Wait, hold on. So we did... Yeah, I already did that, yeah. Oh no, we didn't roll for the 31st. Because I had just that going. I actually still need you to roll. So we'll see what else happens, because that happens towards the beginning of the day. But let's see if anything else happens. Let's see if we can't get like some crazy like combat or something
On the
that...
counter where I can't see me. That'd be wonderful.
Oh God. 10.
Roll me a d10.
Oh, great.
Because this actually makes sense, because it's probably that, especially if you roll 3.
How about a 2?
Perfect.
Yeah.
So that still kind of just plays into what we already did. So that's fine. Because that makes a lot of sense. Because that would basically be something going on with somebody like Tatiri, who will ask a question in a language you don't quite understand. But now we'll move on to the 32nd day. At the beginning of the day, Alex, as everybody wakes up, go ahead and give me that d20 and see if we have anything.
Green.
Green.
7.
7. Give me a d20.
Also a d20. 19.
Oh God.
Okay.
Cringe.
Guys,
Yes.
I did it again.
Yeah. Right. I know. And another hurricane.
It's the same one, just coming back.
Yeah.
No.
That's what.
You rolled an 8 for the hurricane.
That's what Golrak was singing, bro.
You guys wake up. Ship repairs are still being made.
No longer exhausted.
Crews are eating, no longer exhausted. Still not doing well with net.
Mean side eye. Meaner than usual.
Where did you want to? How did you want to trance? Did you go back to your room? I'm guessing probably not, because that's where Net's sleeping.
She trance on deck.
Okay. So Ela, everybody, give me an insight.
7. 16. Mickey got a nat 20.
Big 4.
15.
15. The two of you and Mickey, 9. Yeah. Mickey and the two of you guys do notice that Ela is acting pretty erratic. Whenever Net kind of comes into sight, she just either has to go below deck or goes up top or something like that.
That's just my way. I don't notice.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Big unobservant idiot. Or little unobservant idiot. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
That's noticing people or character interactions. No clue. That makes sense.
Wonderful. But yeah, so you guys will just notice Ela's a little bit off.
Spicy over there.
Little bit. Desert heat.
I hate that you just called yourself desert heat. That's getting spicy.
Yeah.
Oh, that is great. I need markers. To set up this, we're going to use the red one. 2. Oh, and I have 5 of you, so I don't have to roll anything, and I love that.
Okay.
I like when I can just put it all on you guys. But does anybody want to do anything about the fact that this strange actions are happening? You also notice that she does not come back to her room, which is kind of weird.
Well, and anytime I try to talk to her, she's pretty much a fuck off. So
As soon as you come into view, she will literally just kind of shout at you. Not now, Net.
Well, I guess I will eat breakfast when you're done.
Do you, on the next day, do you create food or water?
No.
I'll go up to her and ask her, like, what's wrong? Is everything okay?
Not happy on this ship right now. There is a great curse surrounding Net. And
Hmm?
he
I'll give
is
you one roll a day.
being puppeteered
Never mind.
by larger
You can
forces
do it.
I have the capability.
that are unhappy with his companionship with me, and I am
But when I'm rolling single digits,
repulsed
it's not gonna
by
happen.
him right now. I am hoping I will overcome this. But for now, I need space from him.
Fair enough.
I don't mean to make things uncomfortable for you here. It is a breath of fresh air to have you aboard. I like your music.
If there's any way I can remedy your relationship, let me know.
It seems to be that Net is on a deeper path. I have read his fortune. I have seen in his future the Hierophant, a wise teacher. Someone who will solve problems maybe less directly and more, again, philosophically. But he has not come to terms with who he is and the decisions he is making. So he is at odds, conflicted, and whatever these powerful forces are controlling him, weigh on him like heavy chains, as you have seen once before.
And you talked to him about this.
Oh, I've talked briefly, not recently. The aggressive nature of this person at the moment is off-putting. But soon. I did agree to talk with him, but not now.
Understandable.
If you are willing, I know it is awkward to play owl between two persons, but you might settle differently. He might open up to you. He might learn something from you. Me.
Certainly see.
Again, I am grateful that you are here.
I'm glad I'm here too. Still trying to find my exact place.
It is hard, I'm sure, to hear that the ship is traveling further away from the Solarian Empire.
It wasn't quite my goal, but I do believe in fate. There are reasons that things happen to everyone.
Me too. I agree. As I progress, awaken the power within me, and am gifted by Gab unfathomable magics, I will gain the capability to help locate your brother. In due time, I will help you.
Thank
if you'll excuse me, I must go read. Oh,
She pulls out this like stack of like 4 books from her bag of holding. He goes walking.
I'll go see if I can find Laura Quinn and see what she's up to.
For the most part, a lot of time. So Laura Quinn, her job while the ship is docked is she is the ship's diplomat, and she handles relations, selling off goods, things like that. But while the ship's moving, a lot of what she does is she's kind of just like the shanty man, if you will. So she a lot of time moves around and sings, plays instruments. Usually up deck, making music, kind of keeping things live. So for the most part, during the day, she does that. She trances just before dawn for a little while, a couple hours before dawn, and then as dawn comes through. The rest of the time, she's up there doing that and kind of talking with people, just kind of keeping morale up. But she'd be up top playing one of her newer instruments. You'll see. At this point, you'll have noticed that she has a lot of random instruments, and you're watching. She's just pulling them out and just like has clearly like never had some of them, and is just like learning how to do it. Today, she's actually working with
This is very odd.
her. Keep the inventory.
We just talked about this. We could probably figure it out.
Oh, I still. She'll be working with like a whistle cane.
Especially on
So it's like a cane, and basically you spin it, and so she's
That is
just
so freaking weird. I was just reading a bunch of random
Not
stuff
doing great.
today, and that was one of the things that I read about.
not doing great. That's a 9 performance with a whistle cane. She's good at performing normally, but she's trying new instruments, so she doesn't get a proficiency or anything. So you watch, she's just kind of trying to figure out how to make it work. Just trying to catch the wind. You can see she's like moving. She's like, man, she's like, there is. The winds shift every time I try to get it going, and I can't quite manage to. And you see she's just kind of struggling to get. She gets it kind of going. It's like this whistling, but can't quite keep it up.
So I'll kind of gently approach her and I'm like, I'm curious, friends. Do you happen to have a viol? I have not had a chance to play in quite a while, and I've been wanting to.
She will go back into her room, and she will come out with a viol. Yeah, absolutely. As you wish.
So I'll take it from her and kind of play with it a little bit and kind of tune it up real nice. And
It's never been played. Like looking at it, like it's crafted. It's immaculately crafted. Really, really nice quality. Just elegant, dark woods. Everything's great, but you can tell that this thing has never once been played. It's brand new. I'm going mostly alphabetically, so I've yet to come to this one.
it's quite far in the alphabet. As I'll play around with it, try to get it tuned and nice and pretty, and attempt an elven, just a really gentle, calming kind of a song.
Absolutely. Give me a performance.
13.
Yeah. Not too bad. The instrument pushes back against you a little bit. It's not broken in. So you're like, this should sound a lot better. Come on. Like you're just trying to get it broken in and get everything going, but it still sounds good.
Just going through alphabetically. How'd the whistle stick make it?
Because it's not actually
Jump the line.
It's not
Sorry.
actually called a whistle stick.
Sorry, I just like thought about it for a second. Like, wait
No,
a minute.
because the viola is her last instrument.
Golrak is really caught up on this whistle stick.
Right.
It's like I know I'm
I'm
dumb,
trying to remember
but
what the
come
name of
on.
it is. I know she has one. It's in here somewhere, but it's not. That's not what it's actually called. Her thing isn't.
Called a flute.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a cane that you swirl and it catches the wind and goes through.
I know
And I
what
can't
you're talking
remember what
about.
the heck it's
Well,
called.
the
But I'm not seeing
okay,
it on there
alright, hold on.
because it was one of the ones that you guys got because you got literally one of every instrument.
Here, would you like me to scroll, Susie?
The stupid
It's
thing is I was
fine.
reading about it when we were
Oh,
sitting
you
here.
need 12 pages of inventory.
I'm not seeing it on there.
Because it's the little albino dwarf guys that carry him. Or at least that's what it was. That's what I was reading about.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah.
But she's trying, and then she'll stop and put it away and like sit back and enjoy your music. She says, "This is wonderful. Thank you for letting me be a part of it."
Thank you for letting me use your instrument.
But you're performing. Yeah, I know. There's like 12 pages of stuff. I don't remember what it was called.
It's not adult.
Is it like
humor.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Don't worry, I'll get there.
It's called.
It's easy to scroll through because there was
Is
only
it just
one.
called a whistle
It's
stick?
called a whistle stick.
So it's just not on her character
There's a
sheet.
schwarm.
Is it? It's not a schwarm, is it?
No, I have the swarm. I'm pretty
Schwarm
sure.
is basically
Oh yeah, because it's from the grung.
Yeah,
There's
it's,
a
it's, literally-
Thompson.
it's called a
It
whistle
is
stick.
called a whistle stick. So
Do I have the top?
Oh, it's a Thelar.
Thelar. That's
Thelar is the whistle cane
Okay.
because I have it in parentheses.
yeah, because they call it a whistle stick, but it's called a Thelar as well, and that's why she's. And for some reason, it's because some of the stuff is stuck on the captain's.
I found it on the 11th page.
Oh, that.
The 11th page of treasure you guys got.
Yeah.
He wrote down everything.
Piracy
he
pays
lost.
off. We take out an entire ship. But also,
It has its consequences, I'm sure.
I mean, you guys are moving away from the people who care.
They just have all the time in the world.
To an extent. Anything else that anybody wants to do, particularly as the day breaks and music is being played and not played on deck as she's struggling with her thwarm?
Thelar.
Thelar. Why is it not on my sheet? Let's see if I can add it in. She literally has every... Did you take the Thelar?
No. No, I have.
Every instrument you didn't take, she took.
Oh, well, she.
That's
got
all
the
she
Thelar.
wanted for her
Must have
stuff.
missed that one.
It's got to be on the captain.
A swarm.
I mean, you, like
I got
11
four
pages,
down.
all that was on him, and so like moving it off, it struggles a little
I
bit.
got a longhorn. I have a signal whistle, but I don't think
Thelar,
that's.
there it
That's
is.
not it.
Yeah.
Also known as whistle cane. It's simple and easy to make. Wind instrument is cut from reed. They're simple, in fact, that the skilled bards frequently make and give them away to children, to parents' delight,
Yes.
or to the parents' delight or regret.
Yes.
Oh, I see why. It's because it's an extra item. It's one of those ones where when you add it, it adds 0 Thelars to your page,
Oh, fine.
and then you have to adjust it and make it 1.
Now you're describing it like a recorder.
It's
It's just designed to
Kind of.
annoy the shit.
kind of,
Except it's worse.
but it's like, yeah.
It's like, here,
I
kids,
was also
go
thinking of
kiss
those
your
little
parents
tubes that
off.
go wow, wow.
Little kid just
It's the little like corrugated plastic tubes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like that,
are the worst.
Yeah, do it in sports and shit.
Imagine a full room of children doing
How many third graders can you beat up?
But there's a heavy wind, and it's just not catching quite right.
Told you how to find it though.
Yeah, I knew that. And take good notes. It's important. Well, you take good treasure notes at least, for sure. I mean, other notes, yes, but primarily, like,
Primarily treasure.
any equipment that ever comes across the deck.
Actually, I think there were more bullets.
Yeah.
Goldrack.
Like, what? Oh, there are more bows in my bag of holding. Anything in particular that anybody wants to do on the 32nd day as you guys travel forward, pushing on for your arrival at the 41st day?
Still working on the poison.
Still working on the poison.
I'm just hammering away with Montgomery. Just
Working
trying to
on-
get this shit back as much as
Working
possible.
on repairs, absolutely. Yeah.
Unlock this box.
Can you give me a shot?
What's in the box?
Open the fucking box! me in! Like that. God damn it. Fucking box.
We know you. It can be a year before you.
Those D20s don't know what double dips are.
No, the thing that, like, I was actually really, like, I was kind of going to feel terrible about it at first because I knew what the DC was before I knew what your role was. Your when I added on the Thieves' Tools. I was like, oh, is he even going to be able to get this, or am I just going to torment him until, like, finally you roll a natural 20 after, like, 2 weeks, and it's like, oh, that actually, you're like, 20, that's a 28. I'm like, oh, that's a fail.
Yeah, it's a done.
But you are capable of opening it.
Okay, alright.
You just...
So after this last trance or whatever, you guys will notice that instead of being my white hair and kind of dark white clothing, I am more of a gingery color with more earth tones going on, and I've got this red hair that is like in a nice long braid. So I've kind of got some different vibes going on.
You have changed your look.
It's something my family tends to do. I'm a little bit more comfortable around you guys, let's just say.
I like this look.
Thank you.
I am not biased. She reaches out and kind of like twirls her hand, like her full arm through her ponytail, and drops her hair back behind her.
Not biased.
Give me a perception check.
Everyone?
Everyone.
It's time to go around.
19.
Hey, 18.
18? 18?
19.
18.
19, 18. 18. 8.
Good job, buddy.
I'm pretty sure I'm right there with you, man.
Get out of here. You are
8.
not doing
Yeah.
it today.
8.
Dice bag of horror.
19, 18, 18, 19. 18, 18, 19.
Drop it.
It's weird because it's a smell you haven't smelled in a while. It's like, is Baziba failing to cook a delicious meal? I think he's never done that. He's phenomenal, but that's a very familiar smell. A smell of like something burning.
No.
Chris is going to go looking
Yeah.
for it specifically. I
I'm
mean, like,
avoiding
I don't
the
know.
fuck out of this
Yeah,
guy.
about
Wherever
to say.
he's at, I'm not.
Pretty
He's
much.
probably up on the deck,
Yeah.
which is good.
Not smelling things.
Flying
Because
Really?
below the deck. You guys, he's above the deck. You're below the deck looking. You guys are
Fucking ridiculous.
Jamboree Jam Band.
For like 3 or 4 sessions, we're like, we're gonna have a talk.
Yeah. I know, and every.
Not talking it out.
Fuck you, get away from me.
Fuck you.
Sleeping.
Yep. Like, all right, cool. Yesterday we were just fine, and now
Wait,
it's
not
like,
even
go fuck
that. That's just
myself.
like I was mad at you, and now this is all confusing.
I know, right? But
I was cool with talking, and now you don't even want to like look at me. All right. It's the last time I give you bardic inspiration.
for sure.
That's what's so fucking funny too. Is you're like, yeah, help.
I'll help you. Go fuck myself.
I
love you.
to see you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself.
And
Oh, it's too funny.
Maybe next session.
well, I mean, potentially, if this goes well. I won't take too much time. You guys kind of both of you kind of catch on as you're, you were kind of off doing your own thing down there. You were off in the room working on your lockbox, and you're like, "What's burning? What's burning?"
Yeah.
And you kind of moved over. When you get here, you notice there is a door over here. Very familiar to you. Small window with some bars in it. You're like, it's probably the brig. I've seen one of those. Granted, this one's a very small brig compared to what you're used to. This one, it's tiny. The brig on your ship was about this big.
Okay.
I mean, depending on, they could use the whole
This
thing.
is just a closet.
This is like, yeah, for one person or so. But what you're noticing is just out of those bars, is a light trickle of gray smoke. coming out, and just a little flicker of light throughout it. As Rush comes running down the stairs. He goes, is that fucking smoke I'm smelling?
Smells
I
like
think there's
smoke.
something in the fucking gravy.
It's not open, or it's not locked, so he runs over as you guys are kind of coming around. And they open it up, and there is a fire in the break. There is a little porthole there, and seems like for some way there's something has caused a fire to start here. But there is a fire on the ship. So we are going to handle this. You immediately hear as the captain calls out, "Fire!" And at the same exact time, you kind of hear in your heads almost just the sound, "Fire!" And just the calm, but you can hear he's screaming it as well. As the ship starts to slow, the captain wants to drop anchor. Drop anchor now. Get the sails up. See what we can do. Let's sit. That's the main thing. Save the sails and figure out what's going on. It's relatively in control at the moment, but there is a high risk that this could spread. So we're going to start off with the captain making a water vehicles check. I'm going to have you roll me a d20 for the captain.
10.
Rolled a 10. He has a +8. That gives him an 18 as he attempts to try to get the ship under control and get everything in line. As that happens, the first mate starts screaming. You hear Rush. "All right, right now's the time. I need you to get the fuck up. Everybody get your shit together. If it can burn, cover it with water. Get it taken care of. This is not the time for fucking up." I'm going to have you roll me a intimidation check with him. So d20, we're adding 7 to it.
On a 12.
12. He seems panicked. He's trying to push everybody together, get your shit together, but everybody kind of gets this vibe from him like, wow, he seems a little bit stressed. That's not necessarily the best thing. As Montgomery, and his buddy come running down to try to handle this. And he's kind of coming out from having heard screaming. Don't need that because we're not talking with her anymore. Montgomery's going to come in and just try to see what he can do to get this fire under control. He's got his carpenter's tools, and he's going to come in and try to see if he can't pull the door away from here, pat out the fire, whatever he's got to do to save it. So we're going to give me a carpenter's check. So you're adding +10 to this roll.
18.
18, so 28.
18 with the plus 10. so
Total
8.
18.
I wish.
He's trying to get it out. Rush is trying to get the fire out. And you watch Rush just kind of comes out, and his arms are just covered in burns. He's Rush, struggling, moves along, and comes back as Dorgal, for one of the first times ever, comes out of her area to help him. She's going to try to soothe the burns that he has so that he can get back in there and try to get this under control. I'm going to have you roll me a surgeon check with her. So d20, and you're adding +7.
Got it. 6 + 7. Sounds like a 13.
13. She's coming out and she starts smearing balms on him, and he's just, and you can see the wounds are closing a little bit, but it just does not. He's in significant pain. As the rest of the crew's coming down, we need a crew check. crew's current score is +7. So give me a d20, add 7 to it.
12.
12. The fire seems to just be raging as everybody's struggling to get it in line. I will roll 1d3. So it's so I need and okay. If everybody wants to roll me 1d6.
Six.
4.
3. 5.
So 3.
So it's 26 points of fire damage that the hull takes. Luckily the hull is reinforced, but that's more than 15, so it's going to take it. So it's 26. Seems like in math.
Kind of stuff.
It's 26 though, so I'm taking 25 and +1, so it's not that hard. And then 26 from that makes and then luckily they're getting that under control. This is going to take 26 as well. Makes it you can see smokes, now that the door is open, the smoke's starting to fill this area pretty drastically. The porthole that's in there, you can see it looks like some of the fire starting to spread out there, and the side of the hull starting to catch. Some of the fires are licking up and coming around top. You guys up top are noticing some of the fire came along and it's spreading up onto the helm. The helm's starting to catch fire a little bit, and little whips of it come over and catch onto the mangalel. The mangalel starts to burn as well as the fire starts to rage out of control. What do you guys want to do to try to get the fire in control as your characters?
At the source, since Ela's there,
Mhm.
she will walk as close as she can to it, and she will create food and water. It'll be 45 pounds worth of the sloppiest, wettest bean and rice soup stew, and 30 gallons of water
Okay,
directly at the source.
wonderful. I'm going to give you advantage to the crew for that. So the final check, that's everybody actually getting the fire out.
I'm going to enlarge Dewdrop and go down below deck and instruct him to use his web to try to smother. He's over here. To smother the fire with his web.
Okay.
Ideally.
Absolutely. And that is capable of getting it in control. We're going to give the bosun advantage for doing that.
I'm up top. I'm just doing my best. Try and help put out the flames.
Okay.
What we have.
So you're working to put out the flames. That'll be included into the crew, effectively assisting that. Anything else you want to do? Any abilities? you
Maybe
have?
I could.
You see the captain's trying to to steer things and get the anchor dropped and everything going.
I'll give him bardic inspiration.
Okay, you have a D8.
Yeah.
I will give the captain bardic inspiration for that.
All right.
I'm just looking around and doing my best to help out as much as I can. I don't really have any extra things I can do aside from just freaking being manual help.
Rage against
You-
the fire.
You notice that Rush is over here trying to, so like getting like literally like stuff that like he was trying to pat out the fire and it's flared up on him and he's all burnt and he's just like, come on guys, get in there, get it under control. He's kind of struggling to like really have that domineering, forceful presence.
And then I guess then I will make my attempt to try and get everybody in there. It's like, guys, this is absolutely serious. Like, we're all going to die if we don't get this fire out. We need to get it under control now.
Absolutely. So you're just gonna holler at them? Give me an intimidation check.
And a hammer comes flying out of nowhere.
Guys, get your fucking shit together.
6.
You rolled a 6?
6 plus 5 plus 1.
5 plus 1, okay. So you're pushing on it a little bit, trying to assist him. I'll say that you assist him enough that it will give him advantage.
What else is down in this area? Stuff where
There's a lot of crates and chests and armor and weapons and cargo and stuff that you would expect to be down in the hold. But what you notice is that the stairwell leading down here is completely boarded off. Like completely boarded off. And the lower hold has nothing in it. So this has all the normal stuff that you'd have in the hold. Which is kind of scary because if the fire spreads out here, it could catch it. But you're seeing tons of weapons and just all that sorts of stuff.
I can give it to you alphabetically.
Quiz done it. I'm fine though. Quiz is going to take the lid off a crate, run over, open up the door to the brig there,
The door's open, but yeah.
and
He's
run in and block the exterior window with the lid of the crate.
Okay.
Trying to shut off air to the thing.
Absolutely. I'll give advantage to the surgeon on that.
It's all sloshy, sloppy, wet.
Anything else anybody wants to try to pull or do? Any other thoughts?
Mickey Warbs is just going to try and bless everybody who's working to put out the fire. Bless, like, the captain, bless Ned, bless Rush.
So the captain, Net, and Rush.
Yeah.
So,
We'll do that. I had some blesses there. We'll call that a bless on the crew, and then on the captain, and he can bless on Rush. Rush is technically down below, but he can be kind of moving around.
Kind of
So.
standing on the stairs.
And helping out. So we will get back to our second run at this. Now, the fire's starting to spread a little bit. Like the DC isn't higher, but it's still difficult. But we have some bonuses in effect. So I'm going to have you roll for the captain, but add a D8 to your roll as well.
Bless.
14 plus 8.
Oh, and a D4 as well.
16 plus 8.
24.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. As Rush tries to get everybody in the head, and you can just kind of hear he's going through and he's realizing that Golrak's kind of like pushing out this. He's like, yeah, I sound panicked. So he just focuses into his mind, and you just hear his voice boom throughout your guys' head as he tries to tell everybody like it's now or never. You can roll advantage with D4. Add 7.
22.
22. brings us to the bosun, who is being helped and assisted with getting everything in line. Roll with an advantage. Add 10 to it.
28.
There was that 18.
Talking about.
It's like it's in there somewhere.
The surgeon is trying to get everything in line. Go ahead and roll for the surgeon for me. You can roll with advantage.
Roll with advantage. Plus.
7.
That'd be a 24. Nice. He had advantage.
And then lastly, as the crew tries to get this fire under control, you can roll me with advantage and add a d4 to it. Plus 6.
No, you're not. No. Don't put that energy out there.
No.
All right, Quiz, come on, get it together.
God, right?
Motherfucker.
Fuck. How about 11?
Plus
11
7.
plus the 6.
Oh,
You guys
it's
had a
6.
total failure last time. The crew
that's
score was
right.
dropped by 1.
That's true.
So it's
So
17.
17. That works for me. I like that. As everybody's coming together, you're seeing the wind that's coming in from the front, and that's also part of the reason they're trying to go through, is getting snuffed out. The fire is also, you're kind of helping trample out the fire, like being in it a little bit. Sucks some, but we'll play that into it. It'll be fun because I'm going to add you into the damage that the fire does. But it happens. You guys are working on getting the fire out. For the most part, you managed to snuff out this fire and get it out, but not without the ship taking a good another chunk of damage. If everybody wants to roll me one more d6, and it's
Of course, now they're going to roll big.
Right, until you go do damage.
so 3.
Damn, bro. You just had to one up you.
Right?
It's going to be some
I
damage
was hoping
there.
for like a 2.
You feel all special now, don't you?
Yeah, I felt amazing.
Right?
I feel like COVID right now.
Right?
Gosh. Beast.
Oh, I got her as well. Oh, hey, good job, me. So 5, 7,
6.
3.
6.
so that's 28 points of damage that you will take. 28 fire
Sorry,
damage.
Quiz.
Hey, you ran into it.
That's why I rolled so high, because it knew
Right.
it was you.
Yeah.
That
Brave halfling. Except his eyes are stupid or brave.
They're fucking stupid.
But hey, it worked.
I figured, the fuck good is being alive if I'm stuck back on the fucking plank again?
I did say 28, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do the math and I'm like, oh shit, what was I subtracting? The ballista doesn't take any damage, which is good because that one was almost destroyed.
Yeah.
8. Thanks. Mangalel's pretty jacked up as well. You guys get the fire under control. This whole area is just filled with smoke and the smell of the grossest burnt stew. As well as it's like the grossest burnt halfling stew you've ever smelt.
Halfling stew.
The hull has taken a significant chunk of damage. The helm, which was already pretty battered from finding the helm. The helm was pretty damaged from the hurricane. It's now pretty much completely destroyed as the fire came through. With your helm destroyed at the moment, the ship can't really turn. you're kind of at a free fall until some of this is restored. The sails have taken a little bit of damage, but you managed to pull them up a little bit. Unfortunately, the ship, which normally moves which normally moves at about 45 feet standard or 60 feet with the wind, is moving a little bit slower now. Some of the sails took a little bit of fire damage, and the Mangalel probably won't fire until repaired. But the fire is now under control. Everything seems relatively okay. Trying to figure out what could have caused this, but there's no sign of something that would have necessarily caused this.
For the second time on a ship, we have almost succumbed to a fucking fire. We are surrounded by water.
Second time?
Yes, it's happened before. But it started in this hills. In Syria.
Last time it was a flaming arrow. Tried to get everything down, but I'm not really sure what it could have been this time. There's the Tiri's coming over here, and he's got his notebook out, and he's just writing down where the damage is, what stuff they have, what's going on. Also, I can do some of this. I will find my dice. There's one of them. Do one more. Why don't we go... have 11 points of healing. And she's got another one of those for sure, because that's not enough for you. Have 11 more points of healing. And she'll kind of go out and she'll be passing out. Other people took fire damage as well. But Laura Quinn,
That would help with healing as well.
yeah, you guys have enough healing. You can kind of top off everybody who's injured.
You come out of the room, growth, sopping, coated, and Ela just prestidigitates it off of you. Kind of dries your clothes. Starts getting rid of the smell.
Which is really nice, but now instead of having wet clothes on a burned body,
it's like
you now have dry, clean clothes on a wet body. You're like, thanks. But I don't know if that's better. The soup was kind of nice.
I have more water, if you need.
But I don't want you drinking it.
You can be in. We have an empty barrel or crate.
This, yeah, you guys, this whole thing is a privy, and there's large barrels where people can bathe and clean up in there. But you can kind of
Nice, fresh,
soak.
cold water.
Hey, that must got me healed back up to full. Still not feeling great.
Well, either way, if I'm going to be resting soon, I might as well.
She will create food and water.
Oh.
Have a fresh stock for Zebra.
Yeah. Do you want to toss him a light heal?
Oh, yeah, I get.
Since he's not quite there. The rest of my heals are going to keep the ship
I'll do
crew going.
I'll just do a cure wounds on y'all. Come down there, Elo, run away. Bye-bye.
As soon as she hears that you're coming downstairs, yeah, she just goes into the room.
You got 13 points of healing back.
Slams the door like a toddler.
Must be one of them days.
It's just one of those days.
Yep.
Don't really know why. Just want to justify.
Let's see what patchwork we can do. for the hull, for now, we can do the restore number of hit points to the hull of the water vehicle. So we can patch it up. So it's just is it just all carpenter's tools and wood, which we have for repairs on a water vehicle. You use this ability to restore a number of hit points equal to the
Plenty of
hull.
We got wood everywhere.
Well, not the wood of the ship, but extra wood that they saved.
Yeah, we got plenty of wood. People didn't make wood.
So that's 15, and it's
Make wood.
well, it's not even temporary. You actually just restore it,
I was about to say, I was like,
You can,
but can't be
Okay.
fixed until it's pulled ashore. But we
no, I
can
can't-
add
for like, it's like 60 minutes.
15 hit points to the hull.
It disappears. And it can only be like 1 second, dude. No, I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, use this. It's gone.
Oh, there's a hole in the bottom ship. Oh, here you go.
The majority of the damage, for the most part, is restored to the hull. Well, it looks like it's pretty good. As through the rest of the day, Montgomery and everybody worked to patch up that. So that's good, because as long as you have a hole, you're afloat
Hila will take a short rest.
in the room. Okay. And then time is taken to clean and get stuff, because now the brig is covered in soup.
No, I prestidigitate.
Oh, I
She'll
guess,
clean
yeah,
up her
you
mess.
get all that up. Okay, yeah. Easy enough. Yeah, so you can start working on getting some repairs, but for the most part, at this point, vehicle cannot be patched fully until it's pulled ashore and fully repaired. So they're going to need to find a place where they can kind of come through, and they can make it happen. If you guys can find a random island or something that maybe they don't know about, or once they get set. Worst case scenario, they'll let you know. We could probably come ashore on
Silver Mist.
when you guys get to the Forever Seen
Forever
Hills,
Seen Hills, that's the
and then
one. I'm drinking ahead.
You are.
Just too excited.
You're ready to go fight like a whole.
if you have the nice thing is you have a reinforced hull, which it's made of superior,
Oh, yeah.
and so it's double the hit points, so that's very helpful. But that's all that it has, really, for the most part. Other than, where is?
Well, the 15 damage threshold.
Well, that's just kind of a normal thing too. Can I find this? No. Well, I'm kind of living vessel. That's not what I'm looking for. You want to show me the thing that I'm looking for? Is it miscellaneous? If they do that, if they go ashore for repairs, they could be stuck ashore for upwards of 12 days, but should be able to make any repairs they need. Plus, it's not like the most forested area. It's hills, but there's occasional trees and stuff like that on the Forever Seen Hills where you're going. They were going to set up on this rock up here, but if they need to, they can come towards like the sand dune area and clear out and set up and actually come ashore and get it all repaired. But just if they do that, it could be upwards of 12 days before they can move the ship back into the water.
That is fine.
It's sort of an emergency protocol they don't like to have to use, but kind of in that position now. But
Hurricane, a fire. It's been a shitty week.
we're losing a little bit of time too, so we might not make it there
At the end of the month.
by the end of the month. We can attempt to, if we can repair the sails. The sails are just, well, I mean, the sails are pretty badly damaged. They were repaired from the hurricane, they were a little damaged, but now fire does quick work to sails.
Yeah.
So
Waxed canvas, yeah.
yeah.
Vulnerable fire.
Take something that'll burn,
I'm sure.
soak it in fuel, so
They're
it's
not
good as a
they're not-
sail.
I'm 90% sure they're not. Should I double check that and see if they should have taken more damage? I will, but I know that they shouldn't be vulnerable to fire. It's a warship. No, just AC 12, hit points 100, but no vulnerability, so that's good at least. I mean, they try to protect them from just being able to just be completely destroyed, but you guys are going to be slowed a little bit. But everybody patched up, taken care of. The crew going into serious work of getting as much work done to repair the sails. The 32nd day ends as we move into the 33rd day.
I'm gonna open this box today. Whoa.
Not like that.
Roughly
But,
by morning or afternoon, 50 hours have passed. 2 full days and then most of that.
Well, that happened on the 31st. It's the
Yeah.
morning of the 33rd.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, most of that, and so most of the way through the day, you'll be a good ways into the day. You'll be all good, because you guys weren't necessarily doing it right at the beginning of the day. Because if you go catatonic or frightened or anything like that, so probably you guys are a little more confident as you have other stuff available. So you're like, oh yeah, we're good. We'll push through. But yeah, you'll break free of it today. It's good that you rolled a 5, not a 10.
Yeah. Oh
This
my
could have been
God.
100 hours. And there could have been worse ones, too.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's fun. But the crew's doing what they can to really just try to get the ship back into the best order that they can. Some of the chests are broken down. Things they're going through and pulling it out. Taking out extra bits of sail stuff, going through. Making sure that all the sails that they have are completely cleaned off, and they'll kind of work with you if you're willing to help mend some of the sails, and you guys can start putting some work in. Roll me a D8 plus your spell modifier.
Where does that live?
Top of the spells.
Yeah, should be basically your charisma modifier, I believe, right? Just plus 5.
So 11.
11. So you managed to repair, I'm going to say you get 11 hit points back to the sails. That's going to take you most of the day. But that gets them a little bit more solid. You're still moving at a slowed pace, but you're doing really good. You're going through. You guys see, probably as she's going through, you're noticing that some of the patchwork kind of has this weird feel where there's like lines coming out and kind of spiraling together. You got, of course, dewdrops up there, just kind of webbing things in place and then you just mend it together and just getting it all done, getting some work done. But the day progresses, the ship's working on it. Give me a D20 and see if we can't. Let's just get another fire.
Oh, I roll low. 8.
8. Give me another
Great.
D20.
That's a storm.
4.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It is a storm. But it's not a bad storm at all.
D20s.
Thank you.
Yes. I don't think we would have made it through.
We drop another 19.
Yeah.
Just,
Word.
Hurricane, fire, hurricane.
it's just,
Dude, so totally sorry.
it's just heavy winds.
Right.
You guys should be able to turn and face out. Oh wait, no, you guys can't turn
Right,
the
we
ship.
can't turn.
So you're pretty much at the effects of the winds as they're trying to get the helm repaired, but the helm isn't quite repaired yet. So let's see how off course we can get.
That's what I was gonna say.
Um,
We'll take down the sails as best we can.
Right. What are we doing? Captain, first mate, bosun, quartermaster. So let's get rid of her and put in. And it's same. So all I need is Aiken.
Hey, buddy.
Aiken, what are you doing? Are you doing a nature? And you're doing a weird one too, because you're giving me wisdom nature. Aiken, wisdom nature. You got our little owl buddy, who's not actually the most wisdomy druid.
Wise old owl is not so wise.
He's okay, but he not bad. Nature, but with his wisdoms, what's only one less, so it's +6. The crew all seems to be very seem very smart for the most part. And you can see like the crew seems to prioritize being smart. Even the ones who don't seem to really care about it. They just all seem to prioritize that a lot. But as a heavy wind picks up, I want to try to drop the sails, if need be, anchor down, drop anchor, lift anchor, drop anchor, and literally try to just do whatever they can to try to get the ship to stay sailing in the right direction. So we're going to start off, and first thing we need to do is determine what the right direction is. So I'm going to start off, I'm going to have you roll me a d20 with a +6 for Aiken. 17. That is bueno. He's like, yep, this is the way we need to go. Just need to keep pushing this way and we should be fine. That being said, the captain's going to do what he can to try to get the ship going in that direction. I'm going to have you roll for the captain for me. D20 +8. 16. He's doing pretty well, kind of directing people on how to try to steer a ship that does not have a helm. Dropping the sails, and not just dropping the sails, but loosening the sails in certain places, and literally trying to use the sails to steer the ship. First mate is going to start pushing everybody into place and really getting them in line. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation +7.
26.
Definitely, everybody's like, yep. He's like, look, we've already lost enough fucking time.
Get your shit together.
Any more fucking time, all right? Bosun is going to be dropping ropes, pulling ropes, moving sails, doing what he can with the damaged sails he has to try to push it. Giving you a lot of calls on this, and you're going to learn a lot of how to kind of manipulate this. But go ahead and give me the carpenter's tools with the +D10 or +10.
11? Sorry, that wasn't you. It was that.
No, that's
11?
fine. And then as the crew all comes together, go ahead and give me a check. Crew's current score is +6.
Well, we're
Fucking
leaving
shit.
with it wrong. So 9?
Fucking shitball.
+6, so 9.
Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah.
Well, it's a success because it was a DC 10, but it's not a total success. So the ship survives unscathed, but you don't get a increase to the crew's quality score. Total success. Everybody would have been like, damn, we handled that really well, and that'd have been boosted up for the next D4 days. But they don't because 9.
9.
You're fine.
Yeah. Dang it. Went away.
I can't gripe at you for low rolls.
We've been out of
Low rolls aren't bad because you set a DC 10 for the storm.
Alright,
That was, yeah, if you rolled higher, that could have set us like a anything. I mean, you guys would have been fine with anything other than a hurricane, DC 20, or a overwhelming hurricane, DC 25. So you're good. Just heavy winds. Everybody's a little bit off, but you know, this is the first time we've dealt with any winds since the hurricane. So you kind of wake up and it's a windy day, and everybody's just like, 4 days ago. Our ship is not in the position to be dealing with a hurricane because we can't turn or do anything about that. But the ship continues to sail on. Because you got that, you're not going to lose any time on that. Movement, you're losing that. It's fire.
Somebody just drop me down on a rope. I can move the rudder.
I can just see that.
Would be
A little bit.
I just
you
imagine
should,
a halfling doing
worst
it.
case scenario, you guys should arrive by the second day of Andra. So that's good. Means that you won't, be celebrating the first day of Evandra, which is like a day of change. When everybody's blessed with travel and moving and venturing forth. But you'll be traveling, so it could be decent. As you move out, I don't like that, but you should be good. About halfway through the day, though, you realize that this, whatever it was, has come off of you, and you are aware of the fact that whatever it was that attacked you was mentally affecting you. You realize you're like, I don't think what I was feeling was actually true. Like, I don't think Net was actually in any way tied to this myriad. It's like, what would the likeliness of anybody on this crew being tied to that myriad be?
Right.
So you're realizing it was an effect of the... And then also the fact that you, at this point, you're just kind of finally realizing, you're like, I never heard the answer, but I got it. Something affected me.
Mhm.
So, but you're set. If you guys want to do anything now that you are no longer...
Oh, I'm just.
She will go and seek Ned out.
Healy comes for you, weapon drawn. No, I'm
Yeah. All right. All right.
Dagger.
What do you want?
It's like, dang, this got real serious.
Roll initiative.
All right, let's go, bro.
You don't want to fight. She'll approach you, looking very distraught, having a hard time making eye contact.
Go fuck myself. Is this what's happening here, Hila? Do I need to leave?
No, Ned. No. I am asking difficult questions in the wrong places. I was not acting of my own accord over the past few days. Whether you believe me or not, that is the truth. And for that, I would like to apologize.
Apology accepted. I believe you, Hila. It was very strange for you to quickly turn to from, hey, help me out, to, hey, get the fuck away from me. So I figured there was probably something wrong.
There was. The opposing force of my people. These beings of great power, mystical and cosmic as well, like mine. Obviously, I come from the desert. They are the literal opposite force. And I believed, for whatever reason, that this thing had a hold of you and was going to make you attack me or directly oppose me, but I know that cannot be true now. And like you said, that we are friends. We have traveled for a, well, really for the longest time I have traveled with anybody. So I am thankful, and I hope we can put these few days behind us.
Yes. Yes, easily. And You seem to be a little off, so I'll give you another day, and tomorrow we shall have our conversation. If that is alright with you.
Well, I am particularly unsettled, Ned, but in the interest of allowing you to have your own personal capacity to choose, I am okay with that. But this air that is between us, I have expressed to you that I don't think it is of our will necessarily. But I think that whatever power is puppeteering you would prefer we talk sooner rather than later. And I don't want there to be a problem.
If you are ready to talk, then yes.
Sure. I am all ears, Ned.
So, Ela, I understand from what Muck has explained to us of your weapon and of what happens to the people after they are killed.
Just throw Muck
by your weapon.
Sure.
My intentions are always for the better good.
Of course.
Slavery is obviously something I do not agree with, which you knighted Sir Mickey the other day.
That's it.
Very honorable. My thing is, though, if we are in battle, if they are not, if they are of neutral nature, if we are invading and taking of theirs, then I believe we should not be just murdering them outright, whether it be for your God or for your own well-being. I do not believe it is right. Enemies are enemies, but there are evil ones, and there are ones that are just trying to protect what they have.
That's interesting. It is also curious because obviously the gift were a shoot first and ask questions later sort of type. They would not have been so kind to any of us. This Alwyn, they would not have been so kind to us. The abomination of tentacle monsters, goblin creatures that murdered the half-orc in Dark Shore. You remember?
Yes, yes.
They would not have been
Bless you.
so kind.
Bless you.
I am conflicted. This pull you have to the good, yes, I understand, I think. Where I come from, you are challenged, especially in dangerous combat. And you initiate with deadly force, then you will be met with deadly force. I don't understand, I suppose, how you find it not so good to retaliate in kind.
The way that I look at it, though, is that we have the point of retaliating and defending ourselves.
Right.
Leaving an opponent unconscious, we have plenty of time to get away. So I do not understand the point of killing them. The gift,
Right.
after we knocked them, after we murdered them,
Right.
if we wouldn't have done that, we could have continued on and kept going. And they, as I said, were protecting their land that we were invading. So I look at it as we are just unneedingly killing what is not particularly innocent. I agree with you on, but they are doing what they believe to be right.
Interesting. Why should we care that they be allowed to do what they think is right? Especially if they are shooting holes in your hand. Why should we care? We are stronger, no? We accepted to take from them their treasure. Obviously, if I were to come into your house, Ned, and I said, well, hello, I am here, I'm going to take your things. Because I believe that is good. Would you allow me to take your things, Ned?
No,
Right.
you are correct. But I would be so. But that's where it comes to state is that so you came into my house to take my things, and again I am protecting mine, but you murdered me.
Right.
Instead of me, I may not murder you after I protect my stuff. I will just have you take it away.
That is confusing to me. I get what you say, and I can imagine the outcome, but the why is lost on me. But I hear your words, Ned. As I told you, in the forest on Black Rock Island, I don't wish to be a burden to you. I have never had friends before I encountered you. You and Golrak are the longest standing. I hope to acquire more. I don't wish to be bad. All I know is what gives me power.
And I understand that you want to be great.
Of
As
course.
you say.
Yes.
So, and I will always help you in your battles. Just like the one gentleman that we fought, that Gorak flew out the ship to defend you.
That was pretty amazing.
Yes, yes. But that is somebody that I would understand you murdering, as we put it.
Well, yeah, he would not have
Yeah.
given us this courtesy of defending
Yeah.
himself and leaving him alive, since his direct goal was to come and murder us.
See, so
Right.
there is certain correlations with what I can justify with and what I cannot.
You could see like the cogs in her head are just jammed. Like she is almost at headache trying to really grasp what you're telling her, but it's not quite landing.
Yeah.
Ned, maybe you can teach me more. But I
So,
feel I must admit that my weapon is what it is, why it is, and I have it because I am deadly with it. I am an unstoppable force, especially with my friends. So, if we are met with something particularly dangerous, I will defend myself with my greatest weapon.
yeah.
I will try to look to you for guidance in the final moments.
And I will do my best to give you the best advice that I can. Because in the end, no matter what I tell you, it is what you choose to do.
Right. I spend many hours alone, even on a ship full of people. I get lonely in my solitude, in my possessions. Albeit signs of strength, they are to me. But I truly wish to make a good impression to you and to the others. It is
That's right.
hard, but I am learning.
Well, as friends, as you know, we are here to communicate and talk. And I hope this clears up some of the air that has been between us.
I hope so too. I feel better already.
Me as well.
Now that I don't have this complete agonizing urge to loathe you, maybe we can get the band back together?
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right, Ned.
To the top of the deck we go.
Absolutely. You guys can get together, play some music, do your thing. Do you want to roll me a D20 for the 34th day? 2. Roll me a D10.
4.
Okay. You guys get together and play and work on some stuff. And the day continues along. You guys rest, and on the 34th day, you get up, wake up. You can, as everybody goes off to go eat, you can, if you'd like, play around with the box. 20.
I rolled better. That wasn't horrible. At least it's double digits.
Yeah, you're doing well. Yeah. Playing with it, just not seeming to want to open up. But you're getting there. It's definitely a tough box. You'll get it though. You know, you're going through and you're like, okay, cool, no, I got that, and we get this there, and that goes through there, and then this should pop, and then ting, and you're just like, wow, there's so many mechanisms in this to keep you from being able to go through. You could travel like 10 days in the other direction now. Well, 8 days in the other direction, and then swim to the bottom of the ocean, see if you can find the key.
Pass.
Hard. But yeah, so you guys wake up and go off to get your breakfast. Do you create food for the day? Because he was kind of on the edge. He's just kind of like sitting there. He's like, he's got some stuff. He's got fish. He's been fishing when need be. Osnik has been fishing. There's fish available if need. There's dry rations, but just kind of, you walk in and he just kind of looks at you. Morning.
Morning, Baziba.
Fish for the day? Or are we doing something better?
I could use something better today.
I like that trick. It's a good one. He goes through and starts to prepare a much finer dish for the day. Great food bestowed upon everyone. Absolutely. As you're eating, Laura Quinn will come in and she will come up to you, Anita, and she sets down a little case in front of you. Says, why don't you just keep this? And she will give you the wheel she has. You seem rather skilled at it, and I have my hands full as is. If you'd like.
This is very kind of you.
Of course. This is something I just got anyways. We came across a ship, and in the ways of, I guess, piracy, they fell to us and we took it. Nothing too crazy. It was a ship of magical beings, but we ended up with lots of instruments. If there's anything else that you are interested in working with, just let me know.
Thank you.
We'll see what we can do.
I will make great use of this.
To her backpack. Let's move that to not existing, not a character sheet anymore. Need to leave that. She'll give you that because she has plenty of other instruments to work with. You will hear, as the day starts to progress on, Ela, you will hear in your head from Dorrigal, I have need of you now.
Just thinking back as best you can. I am on my way.
Really, I mean,
Yeah.
she's not sending you a sending.
Right.
She's just, yeah. But, yeah, so you come down. She will set down a piece of paper in front of you, slide it to you, and it's got like a picture of a weed on it. She goes, this is a very rare herb that I can use for making many things. They say that it grows in the forever seen hills. This picture should be as close to what it looks like. They say it grows towards the interior where you guys are going. Bring me back as much of it as you can.
Can Susie's?
Thank you.
Of course.
Be careful though. There are other weeds. And she'll pull open a book. She sets it down and goes through, and she'll show you that there's different. So it's this kind of long stalk, and it's got almost like a cattail type burr on the end of it. She needs that cattail type burr. It's very black and almost colorless. Just that just absence of light. Just very, very black. But you're seeing ones that have like brown and almost like white. And she goes, they grow in similar areas. The white ones are very poisonous. The brown ones are worthless to me. But these black ones, they are the ones I need. If you find them. But I think today we work on more drow poison.
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Give me a Constitution saving throw. She's like handing you the sheet, and you just feel something kind of poke right into your side.
7.
You collapse. She'll wake you up after a little bit, but she just he's handing you the paper and just blow dart needle just right into you.
Yeah.
You also take 1 point of damage, but you have false life, so it doesn't. It's still in the poison. It's part of the process.
Of course.
For the 34th day, as you guys don't open boxes, eat lunch, play instruments, is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, just working on that.
Wonderful. Well, the 34th day comes to a close. Still working. You've got the sails patched as well as they can be until you find land. The hull, you've got some makeshift stuff going, but you really still can't turn it very well. But you're capable of using the sails, and at the cost of a little bit of speed, you can keep yourself kind of going the direction you need. So that's relatively helpful. But you guys continue on, pushing on to the 35th day of the month of Ion. Give me just so we know what we'll be starting with next week. Do you want to give me that D20?
18.
18. Okay, wonderful. So, we'll be starting the 35th day of the month of Ion next week. And we'll call it there. And that gives me a fun one because I have plenty of ideas for that, so that'll be fun. But that is where we are at the moment. I thank you guys for joining us as we venture off on our ocean-bound journey currently to the forever seen hills, dealing with hurricanes, fires, and shipwrecks, and scavengers, and castaways, and prisoners, and all of the things. Difficult to deal with lockboxes. But thank you guys for joining us. Definitely let us know what you think by throwing a comment on whatever it is that you're watching us on. We're doing great. We're making progress on things. We still need lots more followers on Twitch. You can go to Twitch/DND on a whim. It's with an N. This is on our link tree as well. You can go to our YouTube. You probably need the link for my link tree. You can find it most places where you're watching this. And then you can always go to rumble.com/D&D on a whim. And that will get you that. Follow, like, subscribes. Those are big helps. It's absolutely free to do. The more people who follow us, the better we are. Again, we're still not being seen by the algorithm yet, so I know not everybody wants to watch 2 4-hour live streams a week, but we have a lot of fun with it, and there are lots of people who do want to watch long-form D&D. I know I watch. I've actually picked up 2 more now. So in addition to watching these 2 a week, and then I've got, so it's 6 a week that I'm watching when they put it up. One of them does like every 3 weeks, so it's not too bad. But lots of people want to watch, but we can't they can't find us until you guys help us by just helping us get the subscriptions. That way we show up in that algorithm, so we can really just play with it, and also we become searchable. Our next biggest goal is just to get youtube.com/D&D on a whim, and we can't do that until we get 100 subscribers. So definitely feel free to like, subscribe. If you want, we're at the point now, feel free to share this stuff too and be like, hey, if you like D&D, check out our friend's stream, or, I don't like these guys, but check it out. Just whatever you can. We thank you very much for joining us. Hope you guys have as much fun as we do. And with that, that's where fade to black, but we don't have a staff. So I'm going to walk over to there to turn off the stream.
One day we will.
We need to find ourselves a kobold.